as we go through. We've been able to do the registration and arrival. We've had some tea and breakfast. We are going to kick off officially with a prayer. Then we'll have a safety moment, as is our culture in the oil and gas sector. Then we'll get into a trivia. A lot of you participated in a pre-event quiz, so we're going to be able to go through that and see the results, reward some of the winners, people who've been able to answer the right things, get 100%, we'll be able to give them some reward. Then we'll get into some opening remarks from Unoc. Then we'll have a launch of a national content documentary. Usually, when we talk national content, you're wondering, what is it exactly that we are doing? So we are going to launch a documentary to tell you some of the key things that we've been able to achieve in the recent past. And then thereafter, we'll get into the business of the day. And in this, we'll have a presentation on where the opportunities are. What is the progress? So we'll have an update on the projects with a focus on Kasurban. Then we'll get into QHSE, which is really our theme for the day. We'll have an update from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and then we'll get into a requirements presentation from the Unoc team, and then we'll have opportunities for questions and answers as we go along. So I'd like to request that we start with an opening prayer, and I'd like to request Sarah to come and pray for us.
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Good morning to you all. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for this new day. We thank you for all the mercies that come with it. We thank you for the gift of life and breath. And we thank you, Lord, that you've led us our footsteps here. We pray for those who are not yet in, Lord, that you'll also bring them. And while we are here, we invite you to sit amidst us. May we be of like mind. May we have good conversation. May we be blessed that we came. Thank you, Lord. We've prayed all this in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I'd now like to request for a representative from the hotel to come and give us a brief safety moment and let us know what to expect, if there are any planned fire drills. In the event of a fire, where do we go? Do we have a representative from the hotel? Okay. So before the hotel, we'll have the Unoc safety moment, and I'd like to request Brian to come and give us the safety moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very fine day, pretty cold, but still brilliant. Hotel. Okay. Presentation is not up. I'll find something here. Okay, so today I come bearing words of caution in light of the rainy season that we are currently experiencing. And I want to speak about a few things, caution you on how to behave yourselves, for lack of a better word, and keep yourselves safe. Statistics show that in Kampala, about 15 to 25 people die every year, every time God sends us rains, which is a very grim statistic considering rain is meant to sustain us and not to kill us. It has also been shown that the floods normally happen as a result of, the way our city is, between 30 to an hour's time. So meaning once it rains now and stops, between 30, half an hour to an hour, most of the areas are flooded. And the deaths happen most of the time during commuting time. And I see that most of us here are business owners and employees, so we're at a very high risk because we are commuters. So the early morning times, lunchtime, and evenings as we're going back home, that is when most of the incidents have been recorded. And the highest risks normally are related to the open drainage channels that we have in the city. Thank God some of them are being covered up by malls, so we expect maybe some of these deaths to reduce. Also the roads that flood around Bwaise, Natete. Even now we have seen in the city center people losing some of their property, the business people. Thank God no deaths have been recorded yet. But also there's a risk that comes with borders. Our very good friends, the riders that help us to move in this city, are a bit reckless some of the time. So when they are driving, and you're also driving, it's very easy to knock them and they die. So they're actually the biggest number of deaths in this statistic. Also pedestrians, the people that walk, but also us that drive, there are few people that die. So this electrical hazard is also, the numbers are few, but today as I was driving along Lugogo Road, I found an electricity pole that had fallen. And there were no people from UEDCL, but it was traffic trying to divert people away from that area. And I hope maybe they've already isolated that area, but that's also a very high risk. People die because they cross roads. Anyhow, when it's raining, you're rushing if you're a pedestrian, but there's also a driver that is rushing. There's a border man that wants to reach a petrol station to stop being hit by the rain, and then they get knocked down. Walking near drains, they slip off and they fall in the drains, and the water goes along with them, and then they lose their lives. Driving through the rains when it's foggy, it's not very clear, you can easily either fall in a ditch, given our not so very good roads, but we thank the ED of KCCA. She's doing a good job in trying to have those roads and potholes worked on, and also the rushing within the rain. Those are some of the reasons why people find themselves dying. So we encourage you to stay safe by turning back in case you find the roads are flooded. Please take your time and turn back. If you find a section of water and you cannot see the tarmac very well, we encourage you to turn back. Use alternate routes if possible. Like I said, the flooding is between 30 to an hour. It is important that you wait out that time if you can. Avoid drainage areas if you know them. And in case it's foggy, please turn on your hazard lights and park. This is a standard. The rains do not kill. This is the key message I want to leave you. God blesses us with the rains. They are not intended to kill us. The decisions we take is what kills us. You can decide to rush and crash, or you can decide to be patient, have a bit of pain, but be safe. I thank you.
Let's give Brian a bigger hand clap, please. Thank you for that timely safety moment, because really this is a season in which we are. I'm sure some of us probably crossed one of these roads as we made our way here. So at this point, I'm going to invite the hotel security to give us another safety moment about the premises. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for choosing Kabira Country Club. My name is Toko Constantino, Security Supervisor at this place. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to brief about security and safety. It's very important for everyone to safeguard your life, because a live person is is the one who can perform the work. In case of an outbreak in the building or conference hall area, follow the procedure. Leave the location immediately and follow the exit sign board to the assembly point in the main parking area. I think everybody knows the parking area where you used to park. In case of any outbreak, you leave the place, you go to the parking area. We have fire equipment system in the hotel premises, like fire alarms, extinguishers, fire jackets, fire gloves, fire safety team, and security personnel on the ground, and so on. And we have washrooms. If you are down here, you follow the main entrance, go on your right, that's where you will get our washrooms. Thanks you all, and enjoy your conference.
Thank you so much. So in a nutshell, we are very safe. There is sufficient fire equipment. We've been told about where our assembly point is. And I don't think there's any planned drill today. So in the event that we get to hear any alarm, we take it seriously. So at this point, I'd like to kick us off. We sent you a few questions about your expectations of these workshops, about your appreciation of quality, health, and safety. And at this point, I'm going to invite Jessica to come and just take us through some of what we found from your feedback, as well as recognize some of the people who really excelled in the quiz. Jessica, please come and take us through this next phase before we...
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I hope you have shared the link, the YouTube link with your people, so that anybody who is not here, I sent it to every one of your emails yesterday, if you can check. So you can send it to your people who are not here so that they can participate. I also sent this in the email of every person who registered. And so if any one of you, we already have 146 responses, but if any one of you has not done the quiz, please, I'll give you 2 minutes to take the QR code and then see how well you are conversant with oil and gas HSE, but it is not only to oil and gas, but to all sectors of the economy. So 2 minutes for those of you who didn't register, but it will also give you your results. But we are going to go through each one of the questions. Okay, I believe everybody has taken the QR code now. Isaac, can we have questions 1, and so people can see how they responded and how well actually we are doing as Ugandans in the HSE area, which is a very important aspect of the oil and gas sector. Okay, question number 1, we had of the 146 people, 139 got it right. The primary purpose of risk assessment is to identify hazards and implement what? Controls. Next question. So the next question, question 2, will take a short time because it was given a limited time. So question 2, the answer is also B. You have the trivia, so you can do it again or write down the answers so that when you go back home, you can even share it with your staff and everybody else, and then you can actually use it even as an interview process for your HSC people. Then question number 3 is also a B. We go to question number 4. Question number 4 is also a B. Question number 5 is a C. We go ahead. Question number 6 is a B. Question number 7 is a B. Question number 8 is a B. Question number 9 is a B. 10 is a B. 11 is a B. 12 is a B. 13 is a B. 14 is A. 15 is B. 16 is B. 17 is B. 19 is B, and 20 is B. So we would like to thank each and every one of you who participated. But Unoc would like to recognize the first 10 people to respond who got 100%. The worst person who did the test got 55, which was an okay thing, but still has a long way to go. But we got a lot of people who got 100%, but we'd like to recognize the first 10 people who got 100%, because in HSC, efficiency is very key. And so those people were efficient to respond and also got the answers correct. Can you please display the names of the 10 people? So if you see your name from there, George William from Steel and Tube, you are the first person to respond with 100%. And then Donna to Kashabe 3 Ways, you are the second person to respond with 100%. And then Grace Kichoncho from Libitco Technical Supplies, you are the third person to get 100%. And then Karichela Sheila, and then Alice from Yamasek, and then Alice Nabunya from SBS Systems, then Deborah Nakamate from MTN Uganda, then Jibril Gumisiriza, Brooke Crane Communications, and then Penina Shield Fire and Safety Technologies, then Peter Rukirande Health Promotions International, and then Gabirano Bruno from Border Sky Uganda. So if your name is on the list there, can you display the list again, please? If your name is there, we would like you to come forward. We have a gift for you. Could you please clap for them? Can you please put back the list so they introduce themselves with their names? Can you please push this side? So we know that every name is there.
I'm Muhindo George William, the HSC manager for Steel and Tube.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Gavrano Bruno and the CEO of Border Sky Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karichera Sheila from Yamasek Limited, Technical Manager.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm called Peter Richirande, and I work with Health Promotion International as the Finance and Administration Director.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Donna Tukamushava. I work as QHS Superintendent, 3 Ways Shipping.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Penina from Shield Fire and Safety Technologies.
Good morning, everyone. I'm representing Jibril Gumsiriza, Brooke Crane's Communication.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deborah Nakamate from MTN.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alice Nabunya, SBS Systems, Uganda Limited.
So thank you very much. I'll call Peter and Sarah to come and give these gifts away. Can you please put back our list? So George William, still on tube. You can stand me, okay. Can we have the list again? A donor to Kamshaba. Where is Donna? Donna is there. Give them to the people so we know who is taking. And then Grace Kichonjo. Who is representing Grace? No, no one, okay. And then Sheila. And then Alice Nabunya. And Deborah Nakamate. Jibril Gumisiriza. Penina, Shield Fire Safety Technologies. Peter Rukirande. And Ngabirano Bruno. Everybody good. Oh, we're really happy. Please, a photo moment with the team. We are really, really happy that you responded well. That gives us confidence that actually Uganda has people who understand QHSE, and we believe that we'll be able to work together very well after this presentation. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a hand clap. Because next time it's going to be you up here. So another round of applause. But also as we went through the results, I realized we did quite well. If this was an entry-level exam for like university, we'd all be safe. So I'm sure we are going to have a very good time. So I'd like to recognize some people in the room. We have representation from our policymakers, the Ministry of Energy. We'll have representation from a number of government agencies that are in the room, and we'll be reading them out shortly. But before we get into all these things, we need to get to officially open. So at this point, I'm going to request our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Samantha, to come and give us the opening remarks so that we can officially start. Let's give her a hand clap as she comes.
Morning. Wow, a packed room. I hope everyone is well fed. Are you? Did you have breakfast? Okay, because I'm expecting today to be a very engaging and active day. So, on behalf of the National Oil Company, I would like to warmly welcome you to this Supplier Development Workshop centered around the theme Understanding Quality, Health, Safety, Security, and Environmental Requirements for the Oil and Gas Sector. Truly, we are grateful for your presence here today and your continued commitment to strengthening your contribution to Uganda's growing oil and gas industry. Allow me to begin by acknowledging the critical role each of you, our suppliers and service providers, play in the progress of this sector. As the national oil company and the broader industry transition from exploration, development, to now production, first oil, we're all aware that the expectations on all stakeholders, yourselves included, continue to rise. These expectations are not limited to technical or commercial expertise, but they are firmly anchored in quality, health, safety, security, and environment. And these are our collective obligations as an industry. QHSE is the cornerstone of a responsible, efficient, and sustainable oil and gas industry. These requirements are not just compliance or paperwork or boxes to be ticked. They are requirements that ensure that every process and every output adheres to the highest standards of quality in our industry. They ensure that every worker operates in a safe environment and returns home unharmed. They ensure that our communities are safeguarded and protected. And lastly, they ensure that our natural environment is preserved for the present and for future generations. As the Chief Operating Officer of the National Oil Company, with a responsibility to represent the state's commercial interests and develop in-depth expertise across the oil and gas value chain, allow me to emphasize that these requirements are not optional considerations. They are fundamental requirements that underpin every successful, ethical, and high-performing project in our sector. We all know that in an industry such as ours, an industry of capital development, of the construction of physical infrastructure, of the extraction of resources from deep underground, we all know the consequences that we can fail if we fail to meet these standards. The impact is far-reaching. It can impact lives, livelihoods, ecosystems, investor confidence in our sector, and of course, critically, national development. We are all witnessing firsthand the value, the strategic pressure point that energy plays in this world. We're in an unprecedented time in the global energy industry with incredible pressure being put on our resources globally and indeed on the infrastructure underpinning it. The industry that you all participate in is a critical lever of human life on this earth, on the capacity for human beings to have the opportunity to develop, to provide for their families, to move and transit freely, to live as dignified as every human being is entitled to live. So it's important that we have that in mind when we are applying and trying to meet these standards. As the National Oil Company, these requirements of quality, health, safety, security, and environment are not regulatory obligations. We would like to encourage you to treat them as a shared responsibility that demands commitment, vigilance, accountability, and of course, continuous improvement from all of us. Today's workshop is intentionally designed to support you in meeting those requirements. Our aim today is to deepen your understanding of the applicable quality, health, safety, security, and environmental standards, to clarify our expectations as the National Oil Company, and lastly, to strengthen your readiness to participate effectively in our projects and across the wider oil and gas industry. As industry opportunities expand, so too must your capacity to meet international standards with consistency and confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, it's equally important to reflect on the progress we have all made so far. Over the years, Uganda's oil and gas sector has placed a strong emphasis on national content, on domesticating as much value in country, on transferring the opportunities, profits, and growth from this sector as far as we can within the economy and to Ugandans. We have ensured as the national oil company that Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises meaningfully participate in and benefit from the development of the country's petroleum resources. It is therefore my singular pleasure today to announce that we will launch the Unoc National Content Documentary. This documentary highlights our achievements and the milestones that we have made in partnership with each of you participating in this sector. It highlights the growth of local companies, the skilling and training of Ugandans, and overall the national content achievements that have been made across the petroleum value chain. It is more than a celebration of our progress. This documentary must serve as a reminder of what can be achieved when deliberate effort, collaboration, and commitment converge. It demonstrates the power of partnership and the real opportunities that await all of you, that await Ugandan suppliers who are prepared, compliant, and forward-looking. I hope that this documentary inspires you, that it reinforces your confidence in our sector, and that motivates you to continue strengthening your systems, particularly in QHSE, so that you are equipped to participate in the opportunities that still lie ahead. As you know, Uganda's oil and gas industry is entering a pivotal phase. First oil is on the horizon. After first oil, the signal to the international community is that Uganda is now a viable energy partner. Our petroleum infrastructure will be operational, will be valuable, and strategically relevant. We will have armed this country with a new geopolitical tool and standing within the global community. We still have, and it is important to encourage all of you in this room, that we still have vital and heavy infrastructure projects ahead for this sector. The refinery is advancing, as is the Kampala storage terminal out in Mpigi, Kabalega Industrial Park, and of course, why we are here today, the exploration of the Kasuran contract license area. With all of these projects, we must remain committed and renew our focus to national participation. We cannot let the gains we have made so far be lost. Ugandan companies and individuals have invested heavily in meeting the standards, in learning, training, and positioning themselves to participate in the sector. We take a responsibility as the national oil company to continue developing our projects to meet the expertise and demand that you have all created as suppliers and individuals. We encourage you as suppliers to not only be present, but to be ready to meet and perform at the highest standards. As the national oil company, that's why supply development is one of the central pillars of our national content strategy. It remains our top priority. We understand that it is through each of you that we achieve true, lasting, and long-term national participation in our sector. Through this workshop, we aim to build your capacity, to bridge any gaps in knowledge, and lastly, to foster a culture of excellence throughout our sector. We look at each of you as strategic contributors to the goals we are trying to achieve, of the maximum level of national participation, of achieving our goals as an operator across the value chain. And we want to see Ugandan enterprises that operate safely, consistently, efficiently, and are able to compete globally in this sector. I would like to encourage you to interact, ask questions. This is not a forum where we expect it to be one-sided and to share information. We're aware that we have vital information to share with you, but we know that the ultimate lessons learned from today are through your questions and through your active participation. Personally, it is what I look forward to the most, to hearing from the private sector, to hearing from your challenges, your questions, and your perspectives on how things are progressing within our sector. We are pleased to hold this workshop to demonstrate our continued commitment as the national oil company to supporting the growth of the private sector, to strengthening national participation, and ensuring that we have a supplier base that can meet the demands of our projects and domesticate as much value in country. In closing, I would like to remind each of us that a strong quality health, safety, security, and environmental culture is a continuous journey. We won't get it right 100% of the time, but we must remain committed to continuous improvement and to acknowledging that we have a real responsibility to ensure the safety of our staff, the protection of our environment, and the quality of our output. Together, let's build a supply chain that can meet the international standards, meaningfully contribute to the socio-economic transformation of this country, and play a transformative role in Uganda's economic future. Once again, I truly thank you for honoring our invitation and for your commitment to excellence to each of you. We look forward to a productive session, and you can count on the National Oil Company to remain committed to Ugandans and Ugandan companies. I wish you all a successful workshop, and I say all of this for God and my country.
Let's give another big hand clap. Thank you so much, Samantha, for the lovely opening remarks. And at this point, we get into the launch of our national content documentary. A lot of you usually are wondering, what is it that we are doing? What's the impact? How does the ordinary Ugandan, almost everywhere I go, the first question they ask me, how does a person out there in Bulisa, how do they benefit from Unoc? How do they benefit from the oil and gas sector? And that is the question we are trying to address with the documentary that we are going to launch. At this point, without too much talking, I'm going to request the team, and I'm going to request you to give us your attention. Let's watch this documentary, because it has within it a lot of information, a lot of value, but it will also probably set the stage for questions on what more can we do. Because like Samantha has noted, this is going to be a discussion. Much as we have information to share, we continuously like to receive your feedback, to see what we can do better, continuously improve. Because we want to not just be the biggest company in the land, we want to be the very best. So without further ado, I'd like to request the team to kindly take us away and play our documentary.
Uganda's oil and gas sector is more than a resource. It's a catalyst for national growth. Through the National Content Program, the Ugandan National Oil Company has implemented initiatives that empower communities, develop skills, and strengthen industries. Today, we evaluate the tangible impact of these efforts across the country.
As a national oil company, our mandate is to manage the commercial aspects of the petroleum sector on behalf of the state, but at the same time, we have a responsibility to develop national skills. We have quite a broad portfolio of projects. We are in the upstream where the oil is being drilled until it comes up to the surface. We are in the midstream for refining and transportation, and we are in the downstream where we bring the products to the market. So in the upstream, we have quite some number of projects that we are working on, some in partnership with Total Energies over the Tilenga project, then another one with the China National Offshore Oil Corporation over the Kingfisher project, and then our own block, the Kasuruban block. The National Oil Company is also responsible for the development of the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, and in there we are working together with our partners, Total Energies, Unoc, and Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, again within an SPV which was created as the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Company. Then we are also part of the refinery development, and we are holding that project through a subsidiary, the Refinery Holding Company, and we are responsible for 40% of that development. We are also in storage terminals. We have one currently that we're operating in Jinja, a Jinja storage terminal, and we are starting to develop another one in Bulova. We've finalized the engineering works and we'll get into EPC. We have also a responsibility to be the sole importers of petroleum products in Uganda. We've done that business for 1 year, and again, the mandate is to ensure stability of petroleum prices, security of supply, but also generate some level of revenue to reduce the burden on the national treasury.
Now, for us, value as a national oil company is not just profits. Value is certainly realizing profits from our operations and projects. That's one way that we deliver value to Ugandans through the state. But equally, it's in developing expertise. And now in developing expertise, our mandate extends to building the capacity of individuals, so Ugandans first and foremost, but also of Ugandan-owned companies and enterprises. So for me, that's really what national content is. National content is not certainly it's not a box-ticking exercise. It's not a nice to have. It's at the heart of what we do. It's the reason for why Unoc exists and why we were created, is to deliver value. And the value we deliver is housed in national content.
Education is the foundation of Uganda's future. Unoc's interventions in schools have provided learning materials, sports equipment, and environmental initiatives. But what difference have these programs made?
One, it motivated the student that if we have a uniform, we are complete, we can participate in any. There will be no any interference. That's for you, why are you in the different attire? So it helps motivates learners because they look smart, they look organized. And then two, it clears them so that you don't have any worry whether you're brought in a non-verified students, all of them are cleared.
Unoc has provided for us uniform, at least the quality is of better than like the one we used to have. But the school also tried their best to provide for us. That's what we know. But due to teamwork, Unoc, in hand with the school, has provided a lot of good things to the school, including the jersey I'm wearing.
We were the first people who started the new curriculum. Then, since Unoc brought in those books, it helped us to carry out our research because.
And that was I don't want to speak ahead of the curve, but we are extremely proud. So I think we can be able to continue. When the team is ready, we can be able to resume from where we broke off. The technical team is still trying a few things, but in a minute we will be up and running. Okay. So now that we are almost back up, okay. So the team is ready. Let's get this back underway. Thank you.
Back then, we used not to have adequate books for doing research, but since Unoc brought in those books, we use them as references for doing further research because our teachers just come in class, like they give us questions, they say go do research, and you are being given a topic on what you don't know, you're very blue about it. So when Unoc brought in those books, it helped us. Like if a teacher says, go and search about modern physics, you just go and use it as your reference so that you find where to start from when the teacher comes.
Actually, these books have not been only important to the learners, but also to the teachers, especially the teachers who are teaching sciences, because it has helped them to simplify their work when it comes to research, giving it to the students. The students are doing this research, and when you look at their performance, and with the advocate that the president this time wants the students or people to do sciences, it has been so very much important to us, and we are so grateful.
It was of recent that the teachers went on strike and that we had no classes at times, but these books that we got helped us to definitely make some good research, make some revisions, just to cover up the time that we wasted when we had no teachers in class.
You see schools have challenges with textbooks, especially with the oncoming of the new lower secondary school curriculum. So we are blessed that Unoc gave us an assortment of these books. And then there are also challenges with the books in A-level. A-level books are very expensive. They can go to beyond the 200,000, but Unoc did it for us, gave us some books for A-level, and these students are utilizing them during their reading, during their research work.
Unoc invests in skills development to prepare Ugandans for careers in the oil and gas sector. Evaluating these programs shows not only who has been trained, but how their new skills are shaping careers and communities.
Unoc has empowered Ugandans. We have skilled internally and externally that as the oil and gas projects are developing, Uganda has only explored about 10% of the Albertine Graben, and yet we have other basins that have oil. We have the Kadam Moroto, we have Lake Choga, we have Lake Wamala, we have around Lake Victoria. So there's going to be a lot of oil potential required to support all those upcoming basins that are not even explored yet. But we also have a very good internship program. Like you have seen, we sort of like getting interns. Like I think this year most probably we have had over 120 interns. But we want to expand those programs.
So part of what we've done is to recognize that a number of skills are transferable. So for example, we've so far trained 40 welders in up to 6G level. So that means they can be able to weld anywhere in the world. And of these, 91% have gone on to get jobs within the oil and gas sector and beyond. So we've seen that even as they deliver works on our projects, this helps to build their capacity and skills. So we've seen some people start off their own businesses and are building livelihoods of their communities through employment of other Ugandans.
So after the 6G training, some of my colleagues went in the oil and gas. So me, I opted to start up a business of this kind. So I was helped by Unoc with the startup kit, and here I am.
During the training, you studied fabrication, metal fabrication, welding, threads. I learned different designs. I really thank Unoc for the great support which they have offered to me.
I first trained in 3G coded welding. That was at Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chibumba. And by the time I got this opportunity, when Unoc advertised, I was working with Seco Marine in the shipyard, that is Entebbe side. So when Unoc advertised, I took the opportunity.
So today is our day when we also get to experience a bit of this. But we are going to continue, and we will ensure that we get to see all the things that we have done. And I think the team is almost set. When they are set, we continue again until we get there. Okay, technical team. So we'll be up and running soon.
Type of services as we move forward.
Okay.
Internet.
There we go.
I joined welding after having my first year of education in teaching. Year after that, I joined Sinopec for another training before work, and after I was retained.
The training was beneficial because actually even coming here, it is part of that knowledge which I got plus the CV. It added on my CV. That's why I ended up here.
We have partnered with the Unoc to train welders. We have managed to obtain, train, certify, and empower Ugandan welders to the competence levels which meet the national and the international standards. So after this training, when we did a tracer study on 4th of August, we found out that out of the 4 groups, which is the 4 cohorts that we trained, around 90.3% are employed.
This chance is not easily found anywhere. So I really thank Unoc for the sponsorship they gave me, and I thank UPIC as an institute that trained me, plus my trainers and all staff at large, that helped me to reach this milestone that I'm in now today, that I can now stand on my 2 legs. I also give my fellow colleagues the skills that I attained from here. So I'm really proud of this because I can give back now.
In terms of being a beneficiary of the national content initiatives, there was an initiative which was run around mid this year, from May to August, where we had I participated, I plus 4 others, so in total it makes 5. We participated in a customized refinery operation engineer training program, which was done in Malaysia.
You interact with people that are highly skilled, so it does not only give you the perspective of your profession, it gave me the perspective of oil and gas.
I would say it was a very great experience, because many times you have information, but you may not know exactly what is required and how to apply it.
As Uganda, we need to truly be independent. We have the natural resources here. We want to add value to them, but we need people that are skilled and practiced and competent in the areas to be able for us to position as providers of those type of services as we move forward.
Internally, as a process, we ensure we have a robust staff orientation program, usually lasting 3 weeks. We undertake them through all the policies, all the systems, the petroleum, oil and gas value chain end to end. We take them to the field to expose them on where we are on the projects, on the development side of things. And in addition to that, we now undertake them through internal capacity development. Annually, at least each staff must train at least once, internally, regionally, or internationally. Along the way, we also subscribe staff to professional bodies to make sure that they remain up to date with their key skills and competencies. We've also established partnerships with other IOCs and national oil companies where we place staff to get the exposure into the oil and gas sector. So all these programs all work together to build the capacity of the oil and gas staff of Unoc.
National content extends beyond oil projects, strengthening local businesses, farming practices, and entrepreneurial ventures.
we've realized that oil and gas sector is not a standalone sector. It has linkages. So some of the initiatives that we've done around enterprise development have been targeting farmers and agriculture. So in most of our projects, a lot of the work we do it in camp settings. And we, of course, have to procure foods. So we ensured that why should we be buying food from South Africa, from Kenya, yet we can build the capacity of our local farmers to be able to produce the quality that is required so that they can supply. So we build capacity of farmers, especially in the Albertine Graben, and they are now able to supply into the sector. In addition to that, we realized that one of the biggest challenges was post-harvest handling, that the farmers can produce the produce and then it goes bad because of how they handle it after harvesting. So one of our initiatives in Moya was particularly to procure and set up post-harvest equipment to help enhance the quality of post-harvest handling, but also doing training to ensure that farmers appreciate what are the standards, how should the products be handled, how do we ensure that we can get the relevant quality from the farm to the market. We've also enabled them to establish market linkages, because one of the biggest problems is you can produce and then have no one who can buy. So one of the things that we've done is we've partnered with off-takers, where we ensure that they help the farmers have the relevant quality of seeds, take them through how they should plant and handle throughout the process, what kind of pesticides they should use, so that they produce quality that can be able to be consumed by our camps, but also beyond Uganda.
Unoc is an organization which supported me in backyard farming. At first, we were called and got a training on how to make organic fertilizers and organic pesticides. They gave us tomato seedlings, cabbage seedlings, and water harvesting tank. I planted seedlings of tomatoes and cabbages, whereby I got 3.8 m from that particular crops. Right now, the water harvesting tank has helped me to plant crops during the dry season, and this June, July, I was able to plant the maize using that water to water my crops.
Ntakangiraho ba Unoc bakankaguza nkwetaaga ki tukwongeramu amaani in my project of veggies, especially hano omukana mbere nyikalira as a small farmer, bakampereza a water harvesting tank. Era it is concrete, niyo nyasabira bwokwa wisikirya Nongo district when it comes to the dry season, omusana guba gwingi muno plastic zatika bwangu. Etanka egenyambire kikooto. Ekintu kyokubanza in my veg gardens during the dry season, ekintu kyakabiri in my piggery project. Amaizi nyakolesaga aga bill national water. Bill negenda haiguru muno ne shooting even to 100,000, sometimes 150 at the end of the month. But at the moment as we talk, dry season enkuruga yatandikire. Tinkasa suraga bill ya maize apart from ziba charge fees, ziba charginga 10,000, 7,000, kikanyamba muno kandi kinyambire kusavinga muno busente bunyakuba in take maize. Now I'm putting them in other income generating projects.
They taught us very many things. The first one, growing vegetables. And then two, they taught us to make organic fertilizers. And then from there, they also gave us some vegetable seed. I planted an acre of eggplants.
But some mulingo tukusobola kuba tukozesa mu organic manures n'ebindi mu kufuuyira nibyo tukaire tugezesa okukozesa baitu tugenda kusanga sometimes talibaniza muno mpaka ntikyetagisa tukolesemu na chemical. Baitu kusiima Unoc abakuba ekatekamu n'amaani kulola nti tusobole kuba ntulima akukuba batusomeseize batuherezaho embibo batuherezaho na pampu ekusobola kuba netukonyera omukwirukaniza mu bintu by'okulima
if we look at the equipment donated by Uganda National Oil Company, it's based on our interest as the youths of Noya District, because we have been facing a lot of challenges during period where we do agriculture, and after farming for the whole 3 months or 6 months, you sell your product in the market at a kilo at 600 shilling. When if they are to add value, you gain like 2,000 or 3,000 per kg. That is why we came out with this vision to look into how can we improve on agriculture. That is why we came out with this proposal to have a value addition center.
We have been with a lot of challenges during post-harvest handling. Here, sometimes we can be affected by rainfall. When you have harvested your crop, you want it to dry, but rain keep on disturbing you. Meanwhile, your crop cannot be dry in a good condition. So with the help of Unoc, we have a solar dryer here, whereby some of the farmers who can be in position to reach here, they can bring their crops here, they can dry it from here. So that is one of the things which has helped us a lot as a farmer of Noya District.
Hano nitwara omuranga siima aba Unoc obumulingo batutereriyo omusomo twasoma batusomesa nanyonya tunga obukugu nejja yegesa bagenzi bange aho kukisimira mukama Ruhanga kandi ninterera bagenzi bange abo bona abatwatungireho emisomo kuruga hali nyogwe kandi kuraba mu Unoc na Stanbic nkubasaba nabo bagende n'omutima ogwo nkanyogwa gwange ogwo nkoleseze ogwo kwehayo.
Sustainability is central to Unoc's mission. Evaluating tree planting and environmental projects shows how communities benefit both socially and ecologically.
As Unoc, and as the oil gas policies globally, we are supposed to conserve the environment. The Go Green campaign talks about 40,000 trees. We have planted some trees in Upic, in some schools, and we're also working with Church of Uganda and planting so many trees in different locations in Uganda.
We come very far with Unoc since it's an oil-based company and UPIC is also an oil-based institute. So Unoc, at first, it brought up this club in 2022 to Uganda Petroleum Institute, basically to improve, restore, and sustain the environment. So they gave us seeds and we plant them as a club. And when we raise these seeds to a certain level, we distribute them to the environment, like the close environment, such that we can sustain and improve the environment. So basically, trees have been provided and seedlings have been coming in. As we grow them, we distribute them to the environment to improve on the goals that we aim at as a club.
About a year ago, when Unoc actually launched this facility here, a lot was happening. Charcoal, one, was the most used source of energy around, but we know what comes with charcoal use. There's a lot of depletion of trees, and as you deplete trees, of course, the other aspect of the desert rolling on. If you have been so abreast with the news, we hear that the deforestation is actually taking course, and it is causing aspects of the desert extending southwards towards the Saharan region. So with the LPG on board, a lot has been solved. So looking at it, you first see that there is efficiency. There is efficiency. When we talk about efficiency, I can bring in the factor of finances. The costs that would go into charcoal, a sack of charcoal apparently around this area could even go for about 100,000 or so. But when you look at the cost of LPG or the gas that we use, and vis-a-vis the time frame you use it, you actually find it's cost efficient.
Unoc came in at a time when we had different engagements. Earlier on, we had what we call the Green Schools initiatives. whereby they are fighting to combat climate change. And you know very well that climate change has been alarming in the world, where we have been having a lot of disasters because of climate change. But the only way to go, and one of the key things to take, is planting of trees, which can help to absorb those emissions that are being released in the atmosphere. So I really think that once Unoc came in with that initiative, planting these trees are going to enable us to combat the climate change. Not only that, also provide a conducive environment for students even to read. Not only just that, but also providing shade at the end of the day. So I really think that bringing up that initiative of planting trees is one of the key things towards combating climate change.
Through protecting the environment, we will attract other investors who might come to our area to do other economic activities. They may start planting crops, because these trees planted will really help in rainfall formation.
As you can see these days, if it wasn't for tree planting, it wouldn't be this conducive to learning. By now, people would be coming out of class, fanning themselves or taking off their shirt.
Unoc's National Content Program also links training and local industry with real-world opportunities, ensuring the workforce is ready for Uganda's growing oil and gas sector.
We have different partnerships. One, of course, is with Unoc, where we are upskilling our workforce. Some of the things, as mentioned before, are highly specialized and worked in the past in Uganda. But today, of course, with the oil and gas or some industries that are getting more specialized, they need specific things that up to today we did not have that knowledge and skills in the country. So we work together with these organizations like Unoc or other training organizations to give people an opportunity to work with us in our fabrication or other departments. Now, a bit more specific, or to explain this, is that people come from school and we have an idea what the work should look like. However, we never did that job. So what happens here, a lot of our people are coming in quite fresh or maybe a little bit experienced, and therefore they are, like on-the-job learning.
These partnerships guarantee that skills development translates into measurable industry impact.
We recognize that there's surely capacity gaps in the national enterprises or the local companies that we have to meet the standards of the industry. And so we have taken it upon ourselves to hold supplier development workshops. And the essence of the supplier development workshops is to try to, first and foremost, update the local companies on the progress of the projects, but importantly, the opportunities that are available, the contract opportunities that are available.
The would be about people that are working within the sector, that is, the staff who are probably directly employed, the induced employment, but also the indirect employment. And then also the provision of goods and services, especially from a Ugandan point of view. So the utilization of goods and services from a Ugandan source, but also trying to make sure that we have more value going to Ugandans from a company perspective. So for us, local content and national content is a very important thing for the company because, again, it's a national oil company, and the need to foster this amongst our locals or Ugandans is super important.
I'd like to thank Unoc so much, both the management and staff, because they're very supportive. When you're a service provider, this is one of the companies where you get an email, very direct. You get your bid, you fill it, you submit it, you don't call anyone, payment comes, you don't even have to call anyone, and it's fast, the support is there. I think that's something that is very, very important, and it supports us very much in terms of national content as local companies. And we learn a lot, because you see in these workshops, if you're there, even if you're a service provider, the content that is shared, every day you learn a lot. An example I can give is we weren't participating in bids, but with the time when they kept on talking about bids and bids and bids, we participated in one and actually even won one. So for me, that is really, really a testament of growth in terms of when a company is very serious about national content.
We have been able to increase our revenue and also make sure that Unoc is happy, because Unoc is one of our strategic partners where they have been able to help us understand their needs and we've been able to go to the market, source for what is most current in the market. I would say IT is an evolving thing, and Unoc is very open to anything that is going to help them to be able to advance in whatever they do. I'll give an example. So we have automation. So in Uganda, we are known to have a lot of analog information, a lot of paperwork. So we have actually moved Unoc to a paperless company where we are able to automate most of their services. We are able to digitalize most of their books. So there is no longer a lot of paperwork that moves. When you drop off a document, it is scanned and sent to the department. And that document information system has really helped them that each and every time they've been wanting more. So even now as we speak, they're still asking to automate more and more so that they are able to actually take Unoc to a digitalized kind of business.
Our numbers in workers has increased. Our equipments also have increased because of the big numbers of Unoc. Our transport has also increased. We purchased a new van to help us, to transport these goods and services. And so many other things we are improving on. So Unoc has done a great job from the past period up to now. A lot has been achieved.
We've continued to work with Unoc, and I think we've clocked close to about 500 million Uganda shillings in total turnover. I see us growing because the recent project we just concluded was about 170 million, and we believe we'll continue to grow given the other so many activities initiated by Unoc, in particular to grow us as suppliers. Several trainings we've attended, participated in for our staff, and that has enabled us to continue being competitive.
It's a little bit different when you attend Unoc's suppliers conferences. There's something new that they introduced to the market. I think that's called national content. Other organizations, they don't put too much emphasis on that. But the Unoc and oil sector, they always emphasize and give priority to national content. It has helped us to at least employ more Ugandans, train them, and at least also develop our capacity to be at least the favorable candidates to be good suppliers to not only Unoc, but also other agencies that are in the oil sector.
And I remain encouraged that we've secured some sustainability for the country because we have set that standard. So we now have an extremely high as we go forth into our refinery projects, into the Kampala storage terminal. Anyone who's coming to invest in the oil and gas industry knows what we expect, knows that we develop our projects in tandem with community content, with social value being delivered to the communities, and we expect that any partner who's going to come and join us on any one of our projects is going to play a similar role within the country and within the sector.
National content remains a key strategic objective for Unoc. And we've walked a journey from the time that we were established as a national oil company. We developed a strategy for national content, but the way we deliver national content in this strategy is anchored on 4 pillars. We have national skills development, we have community content because we have to develop the communities where we're implementing these projects, and then ourselves becoming an operator in the long term, and then the other pillar is developing the supply chain or developing the suppliers. And we've actually seen tremendous strides while implementing our strategy. Of course, you've seen the numbers of Ugandans participating and partaking the business. Today, we take a record of close to $2 billion contract value awarded to Ugandans. And on top of that, when you look at the jobs, you have anywhere about 15,000 jobs that are attributed to Ugandans. And the training with skilled Ugandans, it's close to 14,000 Ugandans that have been trained up to today, and we see those numbers growing. Now, of course, the scope even grows bigger, because when we get into the refinery project, we expect about 32,000 jobs to be potentially available for Ugandans to partake. And then also the industrial park will have about 35,000 jobs. So the target as an industry is close to 164,000 jobs for Ugandans to be part of. And it's not even about the numbers. To be honest, it's the value and the quality of those numbers.
From schools, workshops, farms to industry hubs, Unoc's National Content Program has delivered measurable, distinct impact. These initiatives build capacity, create opportunities, and ensure Uganda's oil wealth benefits its people. Through continuous monitoring and evaluation, we ensure that every intervention creates real impact. What we have documented today is only the beginning of Uganda's journey towards a prosperous and inclusive future.
I would like to thank Unoc.
I want to first start by thanking Unoc.
Would like to sincerely thank Unoc
because the knowledge which was imparted in me at UPIC, I'm also trying my level best to impart it in my friends.
We are so much grateful for the books and the trees that you have given us.
We thank you very much for loving us,
for having considered me when actually I even feared. I thought maybe after telling them that I have a child, they will disqualify me from the scholarship.
As a resident director of Mukitale Foundation School, I want really to send my sincere appreciation to you now because of thinking about us.
We are just so humbly thanking you for providing us with the materials that is enabling us gain the skills to help the future Uganda.
I would like to thank Unoc for giving chance to the fresh graduates to join the company, because through this we get to interact with different industry experts.
It looks bad for us to maybe to get guys from China to come and do this simple work, whereby you can also get our fellow Ugandans to get involved in such work. And we're also still looking forward to employ more Ugandans to come and be part of this work.
The Unoc sponsorship has actually washed away my tears, because I don't think that I would be employed here if it was not the sponsorship from Unoc.
Let's give a big hand. I think we have done a great start, because this is just the beginning. As we listen to the next project, you're going to see that really the future is ahead of us. So this is just the foundation, and one we are extremely proud of. I think we're making some strides, and we want to continue to build on this to really take us forward. Now, in the next phase, we're going to even hear more about where the opportunities are. We're going to have a presentation from our upstream department to tell you what is the status of some of our Unoc projects, what is coming, where are the things where you should focus in order to be able to ensure that you continue to give us value and also get value as Ugandans in the room. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Moses Onen to come and take us through a status on the Unoc projects and where the opportunities are. And we'll have an opportunity to get to ask questions. So if you have any questions, please note them down. We'll have an opportunity to be able to go through all your questions and answer them, so that by the time you leave here, you've really benefited from the wealth of experience in the room. So Moses, please do come and take us away.
Good morning, everyone. Our representatives from the ministry, our shareholders, our partners, ladies and gentlemen, and all the other key stakeholders that we deal with. So I'll wait for the presentation to come on board. But my name is Moses Onen. I'm the exploration manager at Unoc. Today's discussion, I'll give you an overview in terms of the sector, and then I'll also give you a role and understanding of Unoc as a company. Then I'll give you an update into the projects that we have, where we're fully operating and also where we're shareholders. And then I'll discuss the opportunities that exist in the business for potential procurement and tenders. So I'll start off with insights into the governance structure in the oil and gas sector. Most of you may be familiar with this, but basically the ministry is in charge of policy. It promotes investment opportunities and also in charge of giving licenses to different companies. And so if you're interested in any license in upstream, it's all through the ministry. Then of course we have the regulator, and these by law monitor and ensure that we comply with all the regulations in the government that the government requires. And of course, at the moment, they focus upstream and midstream. And I think going forward, they'll also look at downstream. Then of course, we have Unoc, and as you could see from the launch that we've had on the national content documentary, you've gotten some good insights of the company. But really, as a company, we focus on the commercial side of the business. And of course, we do this with an aim that we can create value for generations and to enable Ugandan businesses tap into opportunities that exist and to develop capacity such that as the business develops in Uganda, you as an individual and through your businesses, you're able to make the most value of that. And we also focus on the different government projects to make sure that government gets true value for the investments, such that at the end, most of the benefits that come out of these projects remain in country and benefit us as Uganda and grow the country and the economy at large. And of course, one of our shareholders, the Ministry of Finance, of course, they look at the physical terms, and of course, they're the biggest among our shareholders, and also make sure that the terms and conditions favor those in the business. The next aspect is about Unoc. Of course, it's over 10 years now since the company was founded. And of course, our biggest directors, shareholders, are the Ministry of Energy, Mineral and Development, that's 51%. And then we have the Ministry of Finance, that has 49%. And of course, we have a team, currently about 223 staff, of course, with 39% female, and hopefully we hope that with time we can have a 50-50% split. But of course, that's about 56% of the structure. We also have 2 subsidiaries that's in charge of the refinery, and of course, and then we have the National Pipeline Company, and of course, we have 7 board members and 9 executive members. So the next, I'll really dive into the projects. So I'll start with Tilenga, that most of you are familiar with. So this is operated by Total, and of course, Unoc has 15% share in that. And of course, the aim is to have fast oil this year. And as you'll notice that initially the plan is to have, for the development, we're looking at 29 well pads. To date, they have built 15 well pads. And on those well pads is where we drill the wells. And the target for development is 420 wells. We have drilled 201 wells. Of those, 93 are producers, that is the ones that will produce oil. And then of course, 96 are injectors. That means as you produce oil, you inject water to balance that. Of course, all the wells that are from the pipeline, you produce them, then they'll go through a flow line, and then you'd go to the central processing facility where it's treated, and then you have, of course, the treated crude through a feed line that later goes to the delivery point at Kabira Industrial Park, and then it takes its route to the East African oil crude pipeline. In terms of the flow line, which is at 71%, then in terms of the feeder line, that's the one that takes it from the central processing facility where your fluid is treated so that it's now proper crude. It's heated, it takes it to the delivery point. That's at 75%. So overall, we are looking at 73% for Tilenga. And of course, in terms of the required wells for fast oil, the target was to have 145 wells, and as you can see, we have already we have developed and drilled more than the required wells in terms of fast oil. So in terms of fast oil, we've been able to get the wells that we require. So in terms of the wells for fast oil we required, of course, that's just an image in terms of the progress, because some of you may not have the chance to go to these sites, but this is just to give you insights into the kind of progress that is going on. So the next one I'm looking at is Kingfisher, where we also have 15% equity. And of course, for that, the aim is to have 4 well pads. To date, 3 well pads have been constructed. Then, of course, we're looking at 31 wells from these 3 well pads. And of course, 18 have been drilled. And of course, of those 18, 14 are oil producers. And then, of course, we have the 4 water injectors. In terms of target, we need just 17 wells, 11 wells to be ready for fast oil. So in terms of wells for fast oil, both Tilenga projects and the King projects are ready. And of course, it follows the same approach like the other ones. So you get your well pad constructed, you have your wells, you produce all the fluid from under the wells, you use the pipeline to take it to the central processing facility, it's treated, you separate the gas and the water, then you get the crude to the right specifications, you take the crude through your feeder pipeline to your central processing facility, to the delivery point, and then of course from the delivery point some will go to the refinery, and the others in terms of to the ECOP. And of course in terms of Kingfisher, it's at 99%. So basically all the wells and projects are ready, so it's just a few enabling structures, and then we'll be ready to have fast oil this year. And of course, once this reaches the delivery point, then we now move into the pipeline. And that's the next one, where this is just an image into Kingfisher. You can have a look at the developments that are going on, and just to give you insights into how some of these constructions happen in the field. And just more images. The next one is Kasrubani, and that's where Unoc has 100% equity here. This is an exploration block, and we got the licenses in 2023. And in terms of what we've done, we have acquired seismic data, which we acquired last year, about 159 kilometers. So for seismic data, what we intend to do is it's like an X-ray of what's below the ground. So when you acquire that data, your aim is to understand what's below the surface, and when you understand what's below the surface, then you can look at the images of structures below to know which areas could have oil. So the aim of the Kasrubani block is to find out areas that have oil and potential areas for oil, so that when we drill our first exploration well, we have a chance of success. And so the aim is really to look out for areas that could have oil, so that when we drill, we're able to find oil and then subsequently go through the next process, like what is happening in Tilenga. So of course, we intend to acquire more seismic this year. And of course, from what we've seen, we're looking at about what we call 9 structures, or like when you look below the surface, they look like potential areas that could have oil. And then from that, we'll be able to drill our first exploration well. In terms of resources, we think it's over 600 million barrels in terms of STOIP. That's what we believe exists. Of that, we'll probably recover less, but that's what's happening. And of course, we're in the process of acquiring a joint venture partner. Just an image of what happens during seismic acquisition. You kind of drill holes, put explosives, you detonate, then they send sound waves down, and then different structures give you different insights, and then you can be able to understand the structures. And that really looks in terms of upstream projects. So the next aspect we're looking at is the ECOP, the pipeline. And of course, most of you are familiar with this, but the aim is really to basically take the processed crude straight all the way to the Tanga Fort. And of course, the progress is at 83%, and so we hope to have that done In terms of the distance, we got 296 in Kampala and then 1,147 in Tanzania. So we have 2 pumping stations in Uganda and then 4 in Tanzania, and then the last 2 are basically are pressure reducing stations. So we're at 83%, and we hope to have that ready for fast oil. And the next are just images of what it looks like at Tanga. And then, of course, the next just gives you insights in terms of the images that exist in terms of the storage terminals at the port in Tanga, and of course the facilities, and then just gives you a picture of what these pipelines look like, because it will be heated and will be underground. So that's just insights in terms of the pipeline. The next look at is the refinery. So the refinery, we're looking at a private investor having 60% share, and of course, Unoc having 40%. Its capacity will be 60,000 barrels per day. And of course, some of the basic engineering design is ongoing. Of course, the environmental social impact assessment scoping is ongoing. And of course, the aim is to have a pipeline of product pipeline for about 211 kilometers. And of course, we're looking at gasoline, diesel, jet aviation, and all the different products that come with a multi-purpose product. And of course, that's what we're going to get for the refinery. So it's ongoing. And then the next aspect we'll look at is, I think, the Kabira Industrial Park. And of course, this one is, the airport is pretty much ready. And of course, you're having the industrial park, and we have different zones. And so some of the aspects that will be coming up is to engage different companies and different companies to take up some of the zones, because you have the industrial zones where you're looking at the fertilizer complex, you have the light and downstream where you could look at biofuels, then you have the agro zones where you're looking at processing your agriculture products, then you have the business park where you could go into business, and then the real estate for housing and administrative, and then of course other aspects. So we have that, and the airport is at 98%. And then, of course, we're looking at onboarding and allocating land to different businesses in Uganda that can participate and just be close to the source of the raw material. And of course, there's also construction of a substation that we're looking at 240 megawatts. And that is really in terms of the Kabira Industrial Park. The other aspects that Unoc looks at, and which I think most of you are familiar with, are the storage terminals. We have the one in Ginger, that's about 30 million liters. Then, of course, the one in Kampala storage terminal, which will look at 320 million liters. And then, of course, in terms of the Kampala storage terminal, we're looking at a joint venture where the equity will be 51% for Unoc, and the other one will be the investor. And of course, the other aspect that Unoc involves and deals with is really in terms of bulk trading, and that is supplying fuel to the country. Of course, we've been, like you've seen, we're the sole importer, and of course our aim is to make sure that we have sustainable supply despite some of the challenges we're facing, but to make sure we continue supplying them. And of course, as you might have all noticed, we bought a stake in the Kenyan Petroleum Corporation of 20.15%, and of course LPG. So this gives you a feel in terms of the projects that exist, and also in terms of the status of those projects. So the next aspect I will dive into is to look into the business or the upcoming procurement opportunities. I'll focus initially into the exploration, which is some of those that are coming under Kasrubani. Of course, we have some of these consultancies where you're looking at drilling designs, well design, fossils analysis, and seismic characterization. So these are consultancies where you basically help us de-risk some of the risks that come with the project we're looking at in terms of exploration. Then, of course, you're looking at acquiring more seismic data, and that will be mainly transition zone that is between the land and Lake Albert, and then some of it will be the shallow water. So we're looking at acquisition contractors to help us acquire seismic. We're looking at 100 line kilometers. Then we have some civil remedial work. So this looks at there's a well that was drilled in 1930 in our block, and so we're looking at having contractors being able to secure it, because with the lake levels going up, there have been washing of some of the cement. So we're looking at contractors to maintain the integrity of that well that was built in 1930, and those are some of the civil remedial works in that aspect. And then, of course, we have the health and safety management system that we'll be rolling out. And of course, as you know, today's talk is really focusing on health and safety. And of course, it's also a key requirement that we look at in terms of when we are selecting contractors. It's also one of the criteria that we look into. And of course, for the acquisition, we're looking at camp services in terms of food, catering, the camp services, while we undertake the seismic acquisition in the field. Then we're also looking at the environmental social impact assessment. As you'll notice that the acquisition of the seismic data will be offshore transition zone, that's between the lake, more like swamps in the lake. For those aspects, you need an environmental social impact assessment. And of course, those will be going out. And of course, we know from past experience that there are enough Ugandan companies that can provide these services. The same with the camp services. For the last acquisition, it was also provided by a Ugandan company. So we believe that these are provided by our Ugandan companies, of course, even the civil remedial works, because there's a lot of experience with Kingfisher and all those aspects which are dealing on water. So we believe that, and of course, with public liability insurance. So we're looking at the seismic acquisition, because sometimes when you acquire seismic, you did not net. So you use explosives, and sometimes those explosives could damage crops, they could damage structures, although we take all those measures. So the insurance is to make sure that in case of any damage or impact that we have, then those are really covered for insurance policy. The other aspect, of course, is tools of trade. We're looking at the high-end laptops and workstations, and these ones really we're focusing at, because some of the softwares that we run require a lot of processing power and a lot of speed. So these are some of the aspects that are coming out in terms of, for the Kasarubani aspects, mainly in terms of the procurement opportunities, and these are all planned for this year. The other aspects I'll look at are just opportunities within the rest of Unoc and the different projects that I've highlighted from the different downstream, midstream, and all the other projects. Key to highlight is some of you may already be participating in these tenders or have known about them. So these tenders are on our website. As you can see, I've highlighted the aspects. And of course, these are the ones that are currently open. Of course, we advertise this every Tuesday when we have tenders, in the Daily Monitor, and every Thursday when we have tenders in the New Vision. And of course, you can visit the Unoc website and have a look in terms of some of the ones. Some of them look at RAP for the access roads. Then you look at the enterprise project, like you're looking at cloud. Then you look at the welfare framework, ERP, reconstruction, and all these other different, and of course, medical insurance. So all these are also available on our website. So you can always go to our website to see all those. And of course, for some of our projects that we have for Kasarubani, what happens, we also look at the National Supplier Database, because all companies that are registered in the National Supplier Database are the only ones we deal with. So it's by law that for you to provide any services to the upstream sector, you have to be registered on the National Supplier Database. So for some of these projects, we reach out. We may not advertise on the website or in print media, because the law requires that for projects that are over $500,000 for upstream is when you really go out and advertise. So for most of those projects that fall below that, we go into the National Supplier Database. We look at companies that have registered to provide those services. We send out the emails to you and informing you of terms of reference, and then we're able to give you insights into the opportunity to be able to participate and take part and have opportunities. So, and we make sure that the process is competitive, and then you have a chance to win equally like anyone else. So these are the aspects, and we look forward to doing more business with you and to support you as we undertake this project, such that at the end we all benefit from a resource as a country that we have, and that's really what we have in terms of our projects. And I really appreciate you for your time, and we look forward to doing more business with you and developing the capacity of our own companies to make sure that we all benefit from our resources, so that everything really remains here. And thank you much for your time.
Let's give Moses a bigger hand clap. So the opportunities are many and still coming. So at this point, allow me to recognize the presence of our regulator. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is in the room. Parent ministry, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is in the room. Our partners, we have representation from some of the projects from ECOP. I've seen this presence, Total, Unoc. So thank you all for being here with us. I think we've sat for quite a while. So in line with health and safety-based standards, I'd like us to do a brief exercise. So we are all going to stand up, and we usually sit with the people we know. So for this exercise, we are going to stand up, and you walk to someone you have never seen before. They could be on your table or on another table, and you tell them your name and something about your company that they shouldn't forget. Because this is a networking event. We need to go away when we have learned something about another company. Let's get up. You identify someone you have never seen before, and you walk up to that person, and you tell them your name and what your company does. So we have 2 minutes for this exercise. I see some people still sitting. Exchange a card or a number while you're at it. So enough networking. We'll continue this exercise during lunch. So we can now take our seats. I see the networking is going well. Exchange the number and have a seat. We are going to continue this. The next phase of our engagement we're going to have an opportunity to ask a few questions from the presentations that have happened so far. And then thereafter, we'll be able to get a presentation from our regulator. So I'm going to request, if there's anyone who has a question from the presentation so far done, this is our opportunity. We are going to be able to take about 5 to 10 questions, ensure that those are answered, and then we get into the presentation from our regulator. So by a show of hands, I'd like to request if there's anyone who has a question. Okay? So we are going to take a question, and then thereafter, we'll have responses. We'll take 5 at a time, and then another round of 5 questions. We respond to those, and then we get into the next presentation. So I'm going to request someone from the team to come and support me in moving the microphone around so that we get these questions. Okay, so the people who have questions, kindly raise your hand, the microphone will come to you. You tell us your name, your company, and the question. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Brian. I work for AIM Corporate Wellbeing Consults Limited. This year's World Day for Safety and Health at Work's theme is building psychosocial resilience, sustaining Uganda's OSH gains through mental well-being and organizational strategy. I'm curious to understand what Unoc's psychosocial support strategy is, bearing in mind that with partners and colleagues, we have a very big workforce in the oil and gas sector. And with the work involved, there's a lot of mental health and psychosocial support challenges daily, and would want to know what are some of the strategies and practices in place to address that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Isaac Adams. I'm also from AIM Corporate Wellbeing, but my question really is different. It's focusing on QHSE management system. We are the regional providers of cooling, a QHSE management system, and thoughts and emotional intelligence management system, focusing on psychosocial support, also looking at sustainable employment. So my focus here is, yes, you're moving forward to technology, and I'm requesting, and I'm here saying that we have the technology that can support you both into QHSE and psychosocial management of workers and also contractors within the workspaces.
Good morning. I'm Lavin Kabagonza, Managing Director de la Sun Enterprises. Mine is kind of away from the organization I work for. I would like to inquire something to do with the community where I come from. I come from Montoroko. I would like to know if it is part of the Albertine region and it is eligible to benefit from the community support programs that you have, like the Go Green campaign and the farmers support programs that you have. I personally am a farmer as a side hustle, so I have a hatchery. I do hatch chicks, and I think there are some of the products that you need in the sector. So I'd like to know how can we participate and how can we benefit from the ongoing trainings, support, and all that. Specifically, the Go Green is very, very important for our community because Ntoroko is in the dry area and it is at the verge of becoming a desert because of the too much tree cutting for charcoal and all that. So I'm really, really interested if we could participate in the Go Green program. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you so much. Good morning to us all. My name is Mwebaze Doreen. I'm a specialized safety inspector. I'm from the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. I would like to say kudos to the Unoc team. This is a very commendable project, as we can see its impact. One is concern, and another is information sharing. I think I'll start by sharing information. For all statutory equipment that are being used at any form of workplace, they should be operated by a licensed professional. I hope you're aware of that. And they should be examined to prevent any hiccups in the future. And then the concern is the environmental social impact assessment should have been done prior. But it's okay since we are all learning from each other because later on we do audits, not now again the Asia. So I think you need to get in touch with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, particularly the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, because all this construction that you're speaking of is supposed to be registered as a workplace so that we can identify all safety hazards and find solutions ahead of them. Because the little that I saw in the presentation was more of what will be done after it has happened. I heard about insurance also, but actually when it comes to safety and health, there is a hierarchy of controls. That reaction is the last measure. Usually there are more adaptive ways that we can handle that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then 2 more questions and then we respond to those.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks first for the invitation to attend today. My name is Lynn Evans. I'm a director of a Ugandan company called Okapi Energies Limited, and we operate in the upstream sector of the industry, specifically offering drilling fluids and waste management services. Most people are aware that Unoc operates in 3 sectors now, the upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors. Back in 2023, Unoc was awarded the Kasurubani block for future exploration. They realized that they needed an international partner because the company did not have previous specialist drilling experience. So they decided to seek out, identify, evaluate, and secure a contract with a JV so they could proceed with the drilling operations. My question today is, will there be any press releases in the short to medium term announcing who this JV partner may be?
All right, thank you. Okay, one more hand at the back and then.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samanda Amon.
HSE coordinator from Mercantile Car Rentals, and we deal in personnel and transportation, a business we have done in the last 15 years. We have worked with Unoc, Total Energies, ECOP, and we have been basically been in the oil sector for the last 15 years. Yeah. My question that is about the QHSE, since this workshop is about quality, health, safety, and environment. We who are in the transportation business, we have always faced challenges, especially in our city here in Kampala, regarding environment and based on our roads that are under construction. I'm asking about you as Unoc, which is a government entity. Is there a way you can intervene on the road safety, especially if you consider this dealing with these road contractors? For example, there are roads they come and say do something like broke the road when they are doing some construction, but all of a sudden they leave it a work that would take like 2 days. They just abandon it and go away, and this has caused a lot of incidents, loss of time, and cause of accidents. There way you can intervene with those stakeholders, talk to them maybe if they can do something to mitigate and reduce such incidents.
Thank you so much for the questions. So I'm going to invite Moses to respond to some questions. And then there are some which were asked which will be answered in the next presentations. So I'll request that we hold until the next 2 presentations are done, and then we'll respond to them. So let me invite Moses to answer some of the questions around the Kasuruban areas around the partner. When are we announcing the JV partner? Then also whether Ntoroko is within our project area.
Thank you, Brian. In terms of Ntoroko is not within the Kasurubani area. It's closer towards Kanyataba. In terms of the Core Green project, in terms of support, it would be something that I think, like we have already highlighted, national content tends to go beyond the areas that we operate in. As you can see, we're also engaging the farmers in Nuaya. So I guess as and when the budgets and the alignments come, it's possible for that to be considered, because we also listen to different causes from people and then we look into how we can support them. But as of today, Ntoroko is out of Kasurubani contract area, and that's probably why it's not been given that priority in terms of some of the projects. But national content supports farmers across, so as and when budget allows, we'll be able to support projects in Ntoroko. In terms of, there was a comment regarding Asia, yes. So just to bring clarity, we undertake the environmental social impact assessment before. So for the acquisition that we did last year, we already acquired the seismic because it was onshore. So before we can commence any onshore, any activity, we have to undertake the Asia. It's a prerequisite. So prior to approvals from that, and of course, for the environmental social impacts, the Asia certificate that we have, it's valid for 5 years. And of course, after 1 year, we're supposed to take an audit. So this year, we'll be able to undertake an environmental audit. Furthermore, in terms of equipment users and everything, the regulator further checks and ensures that we have the right people undertaking these services. They ask for test certificates to confirm that the equipment can be pre-tested before and audited with OM certifications. Then they also have physical evaluation in the process, and they display the certificates. And of course, for some of the facilities where we're staying, we have some of the camps and facilities that we stay in, we have 15% equity in it. So of course, they have all the required audits and certifications from from all that, just like it applies to officers. So we make sure that all those aspects are there. And so you find that the camps and the facilities we have all the certificates and audits, and of course from the different ministries, they do inspect and make sure that the places are served, and it's also a regulatory requirement that we comply to every time and make sure that we do that. So the Asia that was highlighted and the public liability highlighted, those are for the upcoming projects. So on top of it being needed, it is also a law that we should have insurance for this. So it's also in our regulations that insurance exists. So all these are for the upcoming projects, and of course, they have to go in order. So it's a requirement to have insurance, and of course, it's not the ultimate aim in terms of, we don't look at it as we take all the precautions to make sure that the compliance with the health and safety rules, the environment requirements are done throughout the project to make sure that all the projects are done with no incidents and safely. So we take note of the comment regarding having all this, and we always make sure that we have them prior to commencement of work, because we can't commence without those approvals. Then of course, in terms of acquisition of a JV partner, that is ongoing, and once it's finalized, we'll have it go through our shareholders, the ministries, and of course, once that is concluded, yes, there'll be a public announcement of our JV partner, and everyone will know who the JV partner that we choose to go with for the project. For Kasarani contract area will be announced at that time once it's concluded. So we'll be able to do that, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the questions regarding our psychosocial strategy, I request that we have these after the presentations. The next two presentations are really focused around QHSE. So we'll have those questions responded to after, because they may be covered within the slides, but we'll take note of them. Then for the good news is to be able to participate with us on environmental initiatives. You don't necessarily have to be only within the project areas. We're doing initiatives that are also to the benefit of Ugandans, but outside our project areas. So if you have a project that you'd like us to partner on, you can be able to engage us, and then basing on available resources and alignment of our interests, we can be able to have this considered and we implement them. So at this moment, I'd like to get us into the next presentation. I'd like to invite our regulator, represented by Moses Buyondo, to come and take us through an update from the regulatory side of things. Let's give him a hand clap as he makes his way here.
Morning, everyone. My name is Moses Buyondo. I'm with the Directorate of Environment, Health and Safety with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I'm here to give you a presentation on the regulatory requirements in the quality, health, safety, and environment for the sector. This will be our table of contents. We are going to go through the introduction, the legal and regulatory framework, the regulatory expectations, the health and safety regulatory management systems, expectations from the regulatory side, environmental compliance, quality and standards, then we shall have a conclusion. I'll give a brief introduction on the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Our vision is to be the leading Petroleum Regulatory Agency, and the mission is to monitor and regulate the petroleum sector in order to create lasting value for society and contribute to Uganda being a sound investment destination. These are some of the areas that are regulated by the authority. That includes the resource management, the cost monitoring and economic analysis, the petroleum data management, the health, safety, and security, which is pertinent to our discussion today, the social, environment, and management. The goal of this is to ensure coexistence of oil and biodiversity, and also ensuring safe operations. We also regulate the national content, employment and capacity building and transfer of technology, enterprise development, and contracting. For the oil and gas context, QHSE will look at fitness for purpose. Fitness for purpose and compliance to specifications. This comes in more when we look at equipment and materials that are being used within the oil and gas sector. The health and safety, we look at protection of the workforce and the public. For the environment, we look at prevention of pollution and ecological damage. The key principles here, we look at as low as reasonably practicable, and also the plan, do, check, and act. So the regulatory framework here, we have Petroleum Authority of Uganda being the main regulator. We have the National Environment Management Authority, the Directorate of Petroleum providing policy oversight. To put a colleague from Ministry of Gender Affairs away, we have the Ministry of Gender, Social and Labor Development, particularly the Occupational Safety and Health Department. We also have the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Those are some of the acts and regulations. We have the Petroleum Act for exploration, development, and production for 2013. We have the Petroleum Exploration, Development, and Production Health and Safety Regulation. We have the Occupational Safety Act of 2006 and its attendant regulations. We look at some of other regulations within the Ministry of Gender, like the Toxic Chemicals Prohibition and Control Act, as well as the regulations. We have also, with UNBS, we have the verification of conformity of equipment and materials in the for oil and gas projects. The scope of the QHSE legal framework here, it applies to the licensees, operators, contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, and service providers. It covers the operations in the exploration, drilling, production, transportation, storage, decommission, and restoration. So we'll look at the core obligation, which is the duty of care. This is to ensure safety of employees, contractors, and the public. This majorly is incumbent upon the employers within the sector, so as well as the preventing environmental harm. This falls upon the employers, as well as people employed in the sector have a duty to comply with all measures that are put in place by employers to prevent injuries and harm. For risk management, we look at hazard identification, hazard operability studies, and qualitative risk assessment, and then also risk registers. Then the demonstration of ALAP, that is reducing risk to as low as reasonably practicable. The health and safety management system requirements. Briefly, a health and safety management system is a framework designed to identify, assess risks, and implement controls to protect employees, the environment, and company assets. One of the requirements, it should be documented. It should demonstrate adequate consideration for leadership commitment. Basically, we look at, say, companies having a QHSE policy, and this one should be at least signed with commitment from the top leadership of the company. We look at, it should be able to have consideration for risk management, the operational controls, emergency response plans, incident reporting incident reporting systems, competence and training, as well as continuous improvement. I think if a colleague who raised something on mental health, this is where the QHSE system is tasked to take in new challenges, basically, to employees with a continuous improvement. I understand mental health really is not so new, but in this era, it's something that has increased with a lot of factors. So we look at how your system adopts at the end of the day to address new challenges. Then hazard identification and risk assessment. There's a colleague who talked about the hierarchy of controls. Look at your system. How do you conduct systemic hazard identification and risk assessment for activities and operations? How do you implement? Are you implementing these controls to eliminate the risk? Documenting and maintain risk registers. What are your risks? Have you documented them? And also, as well as the assessment records, review and update assessments periodically and changes as risks evolve and hazards evolve. So we require that these are reviewed and updated accordingly to match the new risks or the evolved risks. Then integrate your hazard identification risk assessment into the operational, the safe work procedures, example, the permit to work, and the operational planning. The hierarchy of controls, we look at the hazards. We look at, of course, elimination being the one. If you have a hazard, we look at elimination first, substitution, engineering controls, administrative controls, and then the last one is the personal protective equipment. Then we look at emergency preparedness and response. We would like to look at your documented emergency response plan. Who have you assigned responsibility? Who does what during an emergency? The communication structure, systems during an emergency. Then have you looked at the credible emergency scenarios? Example, the fires, the explosions, response to that. Then we look at you integrating your national into the national and district emergency response frameworks. Example, is your system, is your plan aligned with the Uganda Uganda Police Force, the Uganda Fire Brigade, and also the National Referral Hospitals? In case you have an emergency, you have a patient, and then you have to evacuate them to a National Referral Hospital. Do you have measures in place, say they treat before all the other aspects come in? Example for who is going to pay and all that, such that they don't delay the response. Then we look at the emergency contacts. Have you established contacts? Who is responsible? Who does what? Do you have those contacts in your plan? Do you conduct regular drills? Example, for drills are encouraged because, for example, we conducted a drill some time back and we noticed that an ambulance did not have fuel. Imagine you don't have fuel at a time of an emergency. So drills help expose such loopholes complacency in your system, and you can address them ahead of time such that your system is ready to respond when an emergency happens. We look at incident reporting and investigation. We have mandatory requirements for the sector. That includes immediate notification of the serious incidents. Serious incidents, we are looking at fatalities. We are looking at lost time injuries. We are looking at medical treatment cases. Then we also look at incident investigations. Do you investigate your incidents? Do you get root cause analysis? Do you do a root cause analysis? Do you identify preventive and corrective measures? Are you implementing these preventive and corrective measures to make sure that whatever incident has happened does not reoccur? Then reporting to the PAU and other authorities. On reporting, this is a requirement of the licensee, but however, all contractors, subcontractors, suppliers under the licensee or employed by the licensee to do different tasks are supposed to report, make a report of an incident, indicate the time, when it happened, and classify it. Was it a medical treatment case? Was it a first aid case? And then submit to the licensee, who at the end of the month submits to the authority. And also, at the end of the year, the licensee is required to submit the annual report for incidents. Then, as good practices, we look at conducting of trend analysis. Are you looking at your incidents at the end of the day? If you keep an incident register, do you study your incidents? Do you note any patterns? Do you note any patterns, any incidents that are reoccurring? Are you asking yourself questions? Why are they happening? You know, how are you addressing them? Have you found solutions to those recurring incidents? Then learning from incidents, benchmarking with other industry players, the authority, benchmarks with other regulators for incidents registered in their jurisdictions. And we usually compare and see our performance annually. Then for health and medical requirements, we require that whoever is employed in the sector undertakes a pre-employment and periodic medical examination and then the fitness to work assessments. Are you fit for the role they are going to assign you? And also establish occupational health surveillance programs, especially for people who are hired in hazardous work, example where chemicals are involved, vibration, radiation and noise. Then provision of on-site medical facilities and qualified medical personnel. Of course, this depends on the nature of your operation. If you have many workers, you can have, say, a clinic that handles first aid and qualified personnel. Whereas if you have a smaller operation, you can have trained first aiders. Then we request that for all information, you maintain confidential medical records in terms of, in compliance with the data protection requirements. For equipment, I think a colleague from Ministry of Gender, this is the part they were trying to raise, the equipment safety, competence and certification. Here, all equipment should be fit for purpose and certified. You should undertake pre-inspection, pre-use inspection, testing and commissioning. Statutory inspection, which she mentioned, equipment, especially lifting equipment, lifting appliances, lifting gear, boilers and pressure vessels. These are required to be inspected and certified by the Ministry of Gender, particularly the National Safety and Health Department. Then implement preventive maintenance and integrity assurance programs for your equipment. Then keeping equipment registers, operational manuals, certificates, and maintenance records. Then requirements for chemicals. They require licenses, example for use, export, storage, manufacturing, formulation, repackaging, distribution and use of hazardous chemicals. This is under NEMA. This is a requirement. You need to have a permit for hazardous chemicals. Then as well, a license for hazardous chemicals, then a permit for chemicals under the schedules of the Toxic Chemical Prohibition Act. Some of these, we have the trioethanol amine, which is majorly used in cosmetics, but it is a regulated chemical because once in big quantities, it can be used for other dangerous, it has other dangerous uses. So it is regulated under the Toxic Chemical Prohibition Act. For PPE, the compliance obligations provide appropriate PPE free of charge to all those exposed personnel in case any is exposed to residual risk after conducting your risk assessment and putting in place measures to reduce the risk. However, you have some small residual risk, you are allowed to provide PPE, appropriate PPE. The key word here is appropriate PPE. It should be fit for purpose, and that is after you've identified what kind of PPE, what type, what standard, especially the standard. Here we have a very big issue. Example for gloves. You find someone wearing gloves, example medical gloves, but touching a dangerous chemical. Chemicals have standards that are different from medical gloves. So it is important to make sure that you know the standard of glove that you're using for a particular activity and make sure it is fit for that exact purpose. Then enforcing mandatory use for PPE in designated areas. That is, it comes to supervision of PPE. Then we maintain records. We look at you issue, you inspect, is the PPE still good and sound for use, and you replace in case the PPE is degraded. Inspections and audits, we require that regular workplace inspections to identify hazards and non-conformities. This is especially from the fact that once you've done a risk assessment, you do it periodically because risks evolved. Some increase, some in magnitude, so you keep conducting your regular workplace inspection to identify new hazards or non-conformities or any complacencies. Then implement internal and external HSE audits for licensees. There's a requirement that they conduct annual health and safety audits, health, safety, and environment audits. As well, these audits include auditing not only the licensee, but all the contractors, subcontractors, and the suppliers as well. So your requirement, there's a requirement here to facilitate the regulatory inspections and provide all documentation that is requested for, and then maintain inspection and audit records, including corrective actions that have been undertaken. Then ensure timely closure of audit findings and regulatory action. Then training. For training, ensure that all persons are competent, based on education, training, and experience, providing job-specific health and safety and environment training before assigned to tasks. Then you need to conduct toolbox talks to remind yourselves of hazards before tasks commence, and maintaining training records and competency certifications, conducting periodic refresher trainings and reassessments, and also ensure adequate supervision of inexperienced workers. In case you've had someone and you know they're not experienced, however, you are confident that they could undertake the task, you're required to ensure that they are adequately supervised. Then for environmental compliance requirements, we have the oil spill prevention and response planning. You're required to have an oil spill response plan, which highlights who is responsible and what equipment you need and how the communication strategy during an oil spill, and then waste management and hazardous and non-hazardous waste management. Here we look at how are you handling your waste. In oil and gas, we emphasize that whoever is handling waste management has a waste management license. Then we look at emissions and discharge control. The applicable laws here, you have the National Environment Act and the oil spill regulation. Then waste management, we look at developing and implementing waste management plan, ensuring segregation of waste, hazardous and non-hazardous. Then also further out segregation, paper, glass, plastic, and metal. And we emphasize that you use licensed waste handlers and disposal facilities. And then maintain waste tracking records, and then comply with disposal methods, no illegal dumping, and open burning. Then quality and standards, the PAU, together with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, implementing the pre-verification of conformity for specialized equipment and materials imported for the oil and gas projects. And the service providers here are SGS and HQTS. In case a contractor would like to import equipment or materials to use in the oil and gas sector, he should inform their licensee. Example, if you're working under Unoc and you're handling a Unoc project, you need to import some equipment and materials to use operations. You contact Unoc, you inform the licensee, right? You inform Unoc, you identify the equipment and materials, as well as the applicable standards. Unoc in turn writes to the authority requesting for authorization to import the equipment and materials, and the authority will review this application and then subsequently issue an authorization to import. In case the standards say the standards are not right, you've quoted a different standard for another product or that's not applicable to the equipment and materials you need, the authority reject and give you a reason as to why it has been rejected. Then you can review and find the applicable national or international standard. Then once you've issued an authorization to import, you under the service providers, that is SGS and HQTS, undertake inspection. And once the equipment is found to be conforming to the particular standard, we have what we call issuance of the certificate of conformity. Therefore, you can go ahead and import the equipment and materials. Then some of the standards that have approved, we have standards API, ISO, ASTM, ASME, the British standards as well, Uganda standards, and also East African standards. So in conclusion, we look at QHSE compliance as a mandatory requirement. Operators, contractors, and subcontractors must implement robust, risk-based QHSE systems and maintain full accountability across all activities and operations. Then effective compliance depends on continuous monitoring, auditing, and improvement. Those contractors can do in-house, but as well, the authority undertakes continuous monitoring, auditing, and looks at continuous improvement of your systems. Then alignment with the international standards strengthens performance. And a key message here, strong QHSE systems and compliance and safety culture are essential for safe and sustainable oil and gas operations in Uganda. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you so much. Let's give Moses another hand clap. I'm sure by end of day today, we'll really have a few things that we need to put in order. Because as I present, you identify some gaps, a few things that we take for granted. I'm sure many of us have not done a drill around QHSE in a long time. So these are lessons that we can pick up and implement. Right following this, this presentation, I'm going to also invite someone from our QHSE just to add to it and also take you through the Unoc perspective. We've heard from the regulator what they look at, how we should comply. So the next presentation will also give you the Unoc perspective and some of the things that we look at, and a few more lessons, then we'll get into a Q&A after. So let's put our hands together for Jocelyn as she comes to take us through.
Protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jocelyn Nyakato. As introduced by my colleague, I am the health and safety specialist in Unoc. And for today, I'll be taking us through a presentation on some of the expectations in terms of QHSE in Unoc, what we expect of our contractors or participants in the oil and gas sector, and what the Unoc standards look like. I'll dive straight into the presentation. Okay. I'll dive straight into this presentation and take us through. And the title of this is QHSE requirements in the oil and gas sector. So the agenda of what I'll be taking us through is focused on why QHSE in the health and why QHSE and the risks in the oil and gas sector, major accident cases. This one I'll just be taking us through I'll be taking us through the main incidents that have happened in the industry globally, the hazard risk assessments, hierarchy of control and permit to work systems, contractor responsibilities, that's where we belong, critical activities and CMOPs. CMOPs are simultaneous activities or operations. Then how we report KPIs and our assurance for health and safety. Then the legal framework. The objective of our learning today is to define QHSE terms and understanding critical importance in the operation. Take us back briefly. Then recognize major hazards and apply how to apply the effective risk assessment methodologies. Then how we apply the hierarchy of control and proper utilization of permit to work systems. Then understand and management of CMOPs, meet incident reporting protocols consistently to achieve contractor KPIs, then align practices with the Uganda QHSE OSH Act of 2026 and the ISO standards, not just the 5001, but all the other relevant standards that we apply in the industry in terms of QHSE. Okay. So some of the terms that you'll be hearing in this presentation will be QHSE, which simply means quality health, safety, security, and environment. Then PTW is for permit to work, a formal authorization to control high-risk activities. If most of you have worked in the industry before, by now you should be familiar with terminologies like PTW. Then LOTO, which is lockout, tagout, procedure to safely isolate and secure energy sources before you begin any works. This applies largely to those handling electrical works. Then SIMOPS, simultaneous operations, multiple overlapping activities that interact and escalate the risk. For example, if we have several activities, we have this conference happening in this room, and then there is a maintenance activity going on by the hotel, that becomes a CMOP. We need to assess that risk and see which of these activities is going to cause more risk to us, and how do we work together so that everybody is kept safe. That is, in simple terms, that is what CMOPS is all about. GSA, job safety analysis, and then I think my presentation is a bit lengthy, so there are so many things in one slide that the timing goes off quickly. Sorry about that. Key lagging indicators like the total recordable incident rates and the total lost time incident frequencies is also part of what we shall be hearing here. And for purposes of our presentation in Unoc, we usually consider the 200,000 man-hour rating or calculation. And there is also, some people consider the 1 million man-hour working calculation, but in Unoc we use the 200. For those that are in the oil and in health and safety, we shall be explaining that later. The 4 pillars of QHSE here is quality, health and safety, security, and environment. And with quality, we endeavor to deliver total quality, that is the quality of service and product that we deliver to you. That is where you deliberately focus on meeting specifications and giving it to the satisfaction of the person that requires it or the customer. Then health and safety, protecting all personnel from injury, preventing operational incidents, and mitigating the long-term occupational illnesses. When we look at security, we are considering safeguarding people, physical assets, and the sensitive data in our workplaces. Then environment focuses on minimizing ecological footprint, actively preventing pollution, and ensuring strict compliance with the environmental regulations. So this, with environment, we are largely considering stewardship and our responsibility towards environmental management or protection. So here, I'm going to take us through a few case studies of where health and safety failed before, and it led to catastrophic kind of events that costed organizations. The first one here is going to be the Piper Alpha incident of 1988. So Piper Alpha platform was in the North Sea, and it was operated by Accidental Petroleum Limited, which was the one that was responsible for operating in this particular area. And it produces 10% of the North Sea oil. The key event here was that this explosion took place on the 6th of July, 1988, killing over 160 people. Only 61 survivors were recorded, but even the ones that survived with severe injuries. Total survival loss was largely less than 10% of the people that were on that platform survived. So the losses incurred to the organization at the time due to that incident was over 3.4 billion US dollars. This incident still holds the largest ever recorded incident in terms of life loss. So I want us to imagine you are with your colleagues, and then all of a sudden you realize that you had a wipe out of everybody from the operations and the stress that the survivors would be going through together with their families. So safety is key in all our operations, and we emphasize that we actually take this seriously. So the breakdown was severely from communication failure during the shift handover, inadequate isolation, verification systems lacked emergency response, things that the regulator has actually been telling us here, that we need to make sure that we regularly test our emergency response equipment. We implement systems that will lead us to safe working environments. And in this particular incident here, the systems failed in terms of emergency response, and then they didn't even have means of communicating what had happened. No one knew what to escalate, what where, even when they lived with the hazard identified for a long time until this unfortunate event happened. Critical lessons that we learn from this is that we should enforce strict permit to work and isolation protocols to ensure physical segregation and active fire protection established. We need to establish clear emergency and authority for all our operations. Conduct drills every time. I have seen organizations whereby a drill is conducted and then people take it like it is a usual game by the health and safety people trying to tick off their objectives, but that is not what it should be looked at as. We need to take drills seriously and ensure that our people are protected. The other event that we could look at here is the one for the Deepwater Horizon. This happened at the Macondo well blowout. For those that are probably not familiar with well blowout, it is a kind of pressure accumulation when you're drilling, when you're taking on a drilling activity. And underground, if you don't have proper controls, it could overwhelm the rig, and then you end up having what you call ordinarily an explosion, but then in the terminology of exploration, they call it a blowout. And this happened in one of the Deepwater Horizons under the management of one of the key oil and gas. This particular incident here happened on the 20th of April 2010, not very far from the years that I've lived. Macondo prospects owned by BP resulted into an explosion, and it killed 11 people. Now, 11 people dying attracted penalties that led to the organization being charged in terms of environmental damage up to a tune of 4.9 million US dollars. And BP, it is actually 18 billion US dollars, 18 billion. The 4.9 million barrels, that is what was discharged into the environment, and cleaning up that cleaning up that oil spill took them up to 86 days. So we need to be cautious, because I want us to sit here and imagine what 18.7 billion looks like. In Unoc, that is our budget for like, I don't know how many years, but it would hinder a lot of operations. And if all of you reflect on this and try to consider what it means to your organization, you realize that this probably could wipe up your entire organization, and maybe you close business and go home. after burying colleagues or so. So when we talk about safety, we are talking about loss of life, we are talking about loss of business, we are talking about potential loss and potential mitigation, everything around it, economic, social, legal, could come in your case if we do not do this. Now, in the context of the oil and gas industry in Uganda, picture we are seeing there is for the construction happening at the Tilenga CPF. You realize that there are so many hazards that you could identify from that, but let's focus on the development, on what exactly we are looking at in terms of construction and what our expectations look like. Rapid development context. Rapid and extensive development of upstream facilities, midstream pipeline and critical support infrastructure across the region is what we are talking about now. Risk drivers. Changes include new industry to us, workforce, and multiple subcontracting layers, high transport exposures, and complex community interface. So during our operations, we have all these things happening at the same time. There is a lot of community engagement happening. If you see the number of fleet now having to be driving to Hoima on a daily basis, that is not what used to happen in Hoima, say like 20 years ago. So these developments have come with a lot of exposure, leading to loss of lives to the from within the community, say from the reckless drivers during the operations, challenges to the employees themselves and the workforces, and then we have so many subcontractors, everybody doing a different kind of work, and getting this together requires a lot of planning. So key focus area for our operations include deep excavations, lifting, electrical works, working at height, traffic management, and environmental protection. We consider those as our high risk and critical areas of operations. Emergency capacity planning must proactively plan for emergency response, rapid medical evacuation, and effective spill control, specifically situated to remote operations. So during our operational planning, we need to consider the key environmental aspects and the high risks to the people and assets during the planning phase. Hazard identification, part 1, physical and mechanical. High pressure release exposes rotating equipment, then moving and heavy machinery. Then in terms of physical environment, we have exposure to extreme heat, cold stress, excessive industrial noise, chronic vibration, and then hazardous radiation sources. Identification approach, we are considering mandatory action, utilization of rigorous hazard processes, daily site walks, task risk assessments, which include job safety analysis or JHAs, to capture specific hazards before your work starts. Biological hazards include the malaria vector, deliberating waterborne diseases, and dangerous zoonomes requiring intense sensitization and vector control. The regulator who was here before told us that it is actually a must to have a clinic or a medical practitioner during the operations, because it helps us to mitigate some of these biological hazards. Industrial solvents. Industrial solvents, from chemical substances, hazardous welding fuels, corrosive, and materials requiring strict exposure and skin controls, are part of the things that we need to look into when mitigating chemical exposures. Then hazard identification part 2, we have the economic hazards, the physiosocial factors, the interface hazards, and then the community interface hazards. Mitigation approach for these are largely mandatory action by applying continuous behavior observation and clear shift and handovers protocols, interface matrices, and management of these hidden risks. Risk assessment fundamentals and process that we should be following. The process for risk management would start from identification of the hazards associated with that task, then determine potential consequences, assess likelihood for occurrence, evaluate the baseline and the residual risk, and then decide and implement the controls that you need to have. The below one is basically the assessment tools. There are very many assessment tools that your organizations could choose, either JSA, which is a job safety, BOTI analysis, whatever you choose to use should be leading you to identifying and reducing the impact of the risk or hazard. So in Unoc, we particularly choose to use the 5x5 matrix that is being reflected there. We look at the, under the likelihood and probability, we look at whether it's rare, unlikely, possible, likely, or certain. We are very sure that it will happen. Then we give it a 5, which is the highest score. Then on the possibility side, we look at the catastrophe, major, moderate, minor, and negligible. Whereby if we are saying that it is catastrophic, which is a 5, that activity cannot happen. We look for alternative means of achieving the project or the task. The hierarchy of control here, everyone else has talked about the hierarchy of control, which is elimination, substitution, engineering, and administrative controls, and then the use of PPE as a core thing that we use to make a decision on how we mitigate our risk. So when we talk about elimination, we are removing the hazard entirely. For example, on-site fabrication to avoid hot work, eliminate the need to work at height. Then replace with less hazardous material or process. For example, using non-toxic solvent, switching from the diesel or electric equipment. Then isolate people from engineering, from the hazard through the engineering. For example, deploy machine guards or physical barriers like machine guards, automated interlocks, etc. Change the way people work through the administrative controls. All the policies that we are talking about here, the procedures, the SOPs, are actually administrative controls intended to change the way we work and build a safe culture. Then PPE, which is considered the least on the hierarchy of control, is whereby we deploy equipment to protect you. But I want us to imagine if you're putting on a helmet right now in this building and then it collapses, would a hard hat help us? It wouldn't. So that's why we prefer having engineering controls and above being the most preferred ways of controlling. But that does not mean that we do not need PPE. We need PPE in the event that all the others fail. It would at least give you a certain level of security or safeguard you. So here we have the permit to work system. In our system, we begin by requesting, and we request and define the scope of work. That is where the entire permit to work system opens up from. Then you conduct a risk assessment for the job, isolate where isolation is required, and do the gas testing where gas testing is required. obtain formal authorization, and then conduct a toolbox talk before the activity commences to bring everybody that is doing the job on board. And then you execute the work while monitoring the implementation of the controls that you had agreed upon before. Then when you do a shift or handover, there has to be a change management process that you follow if the permit has to continue, or else that permit is either terminated or closed for the day after the end of that shift and reopened the next day or closed completely if the job is complete. Contractor HSSE responsibility. So this is where your responsibility right now is going to come in. We want you to demonstrate visible management commitment in your organizations. For example, don't send your workers to a site and then you don't support them, or even to a site that you've never visited yourself. Participate and be part of the health and safety and the job that you're executing, and that way you are demonstrating leadership. Then competence. We take this very seriously. We want to work with people who are both trained and experienced in the job that they are conducting. So ensure verified training and competencies are done. You see, Unoc is partnering with institutions like UPIC, Makerere University, Chambogo, just to make sure that we get competent people or build a competent generation. But in the same way, we encourage you to build competencies of your people and train them. We can also do training on job. You can do coaching and all those things for us to be able to come together in this. So I personally did on-job training in terms of health and safety because my qualification, original bachelor's degree, was in BS Environmental Management and not health and safety specifically, since it didn't exist in the country by then. But then over time, we know that occupational health and safety is now embedded into most of several institutions. So it is one of the areas that actually people can do training and coaching on job. Don't be shy to train your engineers or your administrators to become the health and safety stewards of your organization. It is about building competencies. Then develop and implement project-specific contractor plans for your organization. Security, implement strict control access and physical security measures when implementing your work on any of the Unoc projects or in the oil and gas sector. Compliance is key. We uphold compliance and we take compliance seriously. Compliance with all applicable legal requirements, not just occupational health and safety, but all applicable legal requirements, because one of them could actually bring down your business. There are times when people ask me, what does HSE have to do with my compliance with URA payments and NSSF payments? If you do not pay the NSSF of your employees, it becomes a serious problem to us, because then you're causing stress to some of them as they think you're robbing them of their money. So we need to comply with all obligations that we have in terms of Ugandan laws and regulation, and where international treaties apply, we need to comply with that as well. Then readiness to conduct regular and realistic emergency response. Please conduct drills in during your operations. Ensure first aid provision, equipment for firefighting, and rapid incident notification protocols are in place within your organizations. So these are some of the activities that we consider high risk and require a lot of emphasis. We have LOTO, which is the energy isolation. To achieve this, you need to strictly verify a zero energy state before starting any activity. Then hazardous energy, you need to identify and isolate potential energy sources, electric, mechanical, hydraulic, pneumatic, thermal, or any source of energy that could lead to death loss. Then after you have done that, develop a precise isolation plan, apply the plan, and then you let your people know by way of tagging it. So, because sometimes if the person wasn't there, if it's not tagged, they cannot know that you have isolated that place. Then required documentation here is for you to maintain approved isolation certificate, a detailed shift handover log, systematic restoration checks before safely re-energizing your systems. So permit to work for Unoc, we use what we call the electric, the lotto system. A certificate is issued to you and it's signed off by whoever is in charge of that workstation or project. Then working at height is also one that requires a certificate for permit to work, plus confined space entry. The picture that we are showing there is particularly for someone entering into a confined space, and that person will need to conduct a gas testing before entering there and follow the protocols for permit to work and confined space entry. And then lifting operations also require permit to work. So you need to develop a lifting plan and an assessment that is formally submitted to your authorities for approval. Then the other thing that we need to put emphasis and focus on is driving safety. Journey management, this is the documented plan for routing, timing, and authorization of rest stops. Then life-saving rules, 100% compliance with the seatbelt use, speed limit, zero mobile phone usage, no alcohol or drink driving. All those come in your safe driving protocols and journey management. Driver competency is mandatory, whereby we encourage all of you to have defensive drivers. In Unoc, if you are not trained as a defensive driver, you are not permitted to drive Unoc-owned cars. You could actually drive your own car, like Jessica is authorized to drive her own car without having defensive driving, but it is mandatory for anyone that goes behind the steering of a Unoc car to have a defensive driver. And also our contractors are required to have the same, because we believe that defensive driving provides more training compared to the ordinary driving that we usually get from our normal driving schools. Vehicle standards, we do pre-trip checks and immediate reporting of any defects to prevent accidents due to defects on the road. SIMOPS, this is management of simultaneous operations. These are, by definition, it is overlapping activities that can interact and rapidly escalate safety risk. Requires a single area owner. This is an instruction, like if, for example, you have to come to a Unoc site and your two contractors operating in the same area will come together to meet, and then you nominate a person who is going to be the CMOP in charge, such that the team the other side is informed about what the team this side is going to be doing and the activities and the hazards that they will be exposing the other team to. So that protocol of communication is key, and it happens daily when you have to do a CMOP in our operations. Then we also encourage the use of frequency radios, just in case you're very far away from each other, but then you have that level of interface, and shift handover documentation being shared. You do not change a manager from your side or a supervisor from one side, and then the other side is not aware that there will be that kind of change. So we encourage us to be more vigilant when dealing with these CMOPs. There is a simple matrix here for coordination and interaction, whereby you have the activity being lifting operations, hot works, confined space, and then radiography. In Unoc, the only activity that will be allowed to happen is in the intersection between confined space and confined space. And that activity can happen using a permit to work. But if you have an activity, for example, another person is doing a lifting operation here, and then within the same area there is another activity that is also undertaking a lifting operation, we would encourage that you stop that work and allow one person to do the job, and then the other takes on as the other one comes in. So where we have a stop, it actually means that the two cannot proceed. Where am I taking you? Back to our hierarchy of control, where I said that we do elimination. So at that point, we stop to eliminate the hazard. Then where we have the controls here, it means that the job can actually happen simultaneously, but we need to ensure that there are more stricter controls that we put in place to ensure a smooth running of such an activity. Incident and near-miss reporting. We encourage incident and near-miss reporting in all our operations, and everybody is mandated and supposed to report. If you are a contractor to Unoc, you are expected to openly bring out this. So what we report is largely injuries and first aid cases, property and asset damage, environmental spills of any magnitude, high potential events, near misses, unsafe acts, and unsafe conditions. Timelines. Immediately an incident happens, you are expected to make a report or notify your manager, and then the reporting protocols follow up to when sometimes we are required to actually report to a regulator depending on the magnitude of the incident. So you notify your supervisor instantly, preserve the incident scene for us to be able to collect evidence for learning purposes, not for victimizing. Then escalate as per the project severity matrix. Then investigation, fact finding, not fault finding. When you're conducting an investigation, you should aim to target to find out where your system failures happened, other than trying to find who to chase from their job, because that will discourage people from reporting incidents. Root cause analysis, you could use simple tools like 5Y, or if it is a more complex kind of incident, you could use other approaches like the fishbone, bow tie, and the others that you could be applying within your organizations. Then develop corrective and preventative actions. Then verify effectiveness of what you have identified. Don't just identify actions and leave it at that. Make sure that what you have identified is, one, feasible, something that fits within the budget of your organization, and doable at the same time. Then learning. Make sure that we share lessons learned from incidents. Do not be shy to share with your colleagues or with Unoc what you are experiencing or what measures you have put in place to mitigate a certain incident. So in Unoc, what we do when an incident occurs, whether work-related or not work-related, it will still take a certain level of investigation, and lessons learned will be shared with staff to bring to their attention what controls have been put in place, and what also get their views on what can be done to implement, to improve future operations. Then cultivating a just culture. Encourage reporting by focusing on systematic improvements rather than individual blame. Then closing the loop, incidents are not truly closed when corrective and preventative actions are physically eliminated and verified, effective in the field, systematically reducing operational risks. Contractor KPIs and performance matrices. All our contractors, upon signing a contract or getting a LPO with Unoc, we shall give you KPIs, and our KPIs are very simple. We shall separate what we call lagging indicators, and we also expect you to report on leading indicators, which is a more proactive way of monitoring health and safety. So with lagging indicators, we largely ask you to give us the total recordable incident rate, which we largely consider the 200,000 man-hour rating. Then the lost time injury frequency rate, and then sometimes the number of incidents that you have recorded in a certain operation or project. We shall agree on the targets based on the specific KPI threshold within Unoc prior to mobilization. We prioritize data integrity and over zero reporting. Monthly HSE dashboard due by 5th of every month. Quarterly reporting is required, and management of KPI review meetings shall be happening in the course of your contract implementation. Leading indicators, near-miss reporting, tracking reporting the volume and quality of corrective action closure is also reported. Then permit to work field audits. As managers, I did mention here that we encourage as much as possible leadership of the organizations to visit their operations. And part of the activities you could be doing during such field visits is to conduct a permit to work audit. Look out for any open permits and see if they are complying with whatever the team that is implementing the job is complying with the controls agreed upon there. Observations. Safety observations, peer-to-peer behavior monitoring, and hazard identification. We encourage you to monitor all that and report any observations to your supervisors or through a safety observation system. In Unoc, we have one that is automated. You can do it online, or if you do not have access to the online portal, then you can report it using the safety observation cards. Management and then site visits. Visible leadership is demonstrated through site visits when you engage your contract staff and also engage the Unoc project team during the implementation time. We do not encourage, when you've signed a contract with Unoc, for the whole contract to be completed without anyone from the leadership going to observe or visit the site to see how it was being implemented or how it is being implemented. Training and compliance. We expect you to strictly adhere to the safety training. Not all of us will know what Unoc requirements are. Right now we are here, but what I've just mentioned here is a nutshell and a pointer to the detail that would come when you actually get to work together with Unoc. So training and compliance becomes key in all our operations, and we expect that the trainees eventually become good at implementing what Unoc procedures expect of them in terms of health and safety. HSSE assurance and audits. We implement the plan, do, check, and act cycle, PDCA, whereby the planning phase happens at a time when before mobilization to site. Then the doing is when we are implementing, and at that point we expect you to conduct more of the inspections And then checking, we are doing the management reviews, and we are checking to see if what we agreed to implement is in check. Then our act is when we are taking action to improve what we have agreed upon. HSE management system framework. In Unoc, we consider the OSH Act of 2006, whereby employers are required to provide health and safety systems for working environment and accountability. So the same applies to you as Unoc contractors or prospecting Unoc contractors. We expect you to have a written HSE policy which is bringing out the organizational approach to managing the workplace safety. Then training and supervision, adequate instruction and orientation for all your workers is expected of you. That is by law. Then inspection and investigation, regular hazard monitoring and prompt incident review. Then emergency committees, a dedicated response plan and worker committee to engage all workers. In your committees, please, don't put there only supervisors and managers to be in that. Make sure that it addresses and captures each and every person and that everybody is represented in the committee. So in terms of ISO 45001, we implement clause 4, 5, and clause 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, because those are the implementable clauses of these standards. And each of them takes us through the organizational context, where you're looking at the internal and external issues, and then the stakeholder expectations. And then we have leadership and participation of workers for the occupational health and safety standard, top management commitment to workers, and then the worker consultation groups supported by top management. Planning, hazard identification, risk assessment, and measurable objectives are considered in that clause. Support, provision of resources, competence awareness, and documentation. Operational controls, contractor management, and emergency response are taken care of in clause 8. 9 and 10 are more of evaluation, improvement, whereby you do monitoring, audits, and corrective actions for improvement of our operations. So what Unoc adopts, we expect the contractors to adopt the same systems so that we are all moving at the same pace. Key takeaways for Unoc, as I summarize, HSSE is not negotiable. Quality, health, safety, and security environment must be integrated in all our projects, and therefore we shall not accept or agree situations whereby someone is saying, oh, that is so stringent for us. I've given you examples of incidents that led to loss of life and led to economic loss to organizations. Therefore, we shouldn't be bargaining and negotiating shortcuts in health and safety. We expect all of us to have a robust permit to work system and security. Strict adherence to permit to work systems and security and barrier management prevents incidents. Proactive controls lead with hierarchy of control, elimination first, and maintain stroke reporting culture. Do not penalize your workers for reporting incidents. A report of a near miss today could be a prevented incident that could take away someone's life. So please encourage your workers to report. Actions required. Refresh your project-specific contractor HSSE plan and submit it to Unoc before mobilizing for any activity. Align on KPIs and formalize the reporting condensed. And then schedule training for all mandatory HSSE inductions, and then plan CMOPS coordination and strategies. That's why pre-mobilization meetings are very important, and we expect us to consider health and safety in all pre-mobilization meetings. Then confirm readiness for site emergency and security response. In a nutshell, any organization aspiring to or working with Unoc is encouraged to develop a comprehensive health, safety, and environment management system that complies to all regulatory requirements and international standards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a bigger hand clap. So at this point, I'm sure a number of you may be feeling like you're ready for a career in health and safety, because this has been really, really insightful and good knowledge. So at this point, I'm going to open up the floor for questions around the last two presentations, areas of compliance, about the recent presentation and what we expect of you as you work on our projects. So let's take a round of questions. I think at this point we can even open it up to any other questions, even to the earlier discussions or any questions you might have in regards to Unoc projects. And then we'll be able to respond to those questions. So we'll take 5 at a time. So if you have a question, kindly put your hand up and then we'll get the microphone to you. You let us know your name, your organization, and then the question. And if possible, to whom it's addressed to. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jocelyn, for the detailed presentation. It's been a lot of learning. And thank you, Moses, also our regulator, for the initial presentation. I want to say, I am called Anthony Katsime. I'm from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I want to say something brief about compliance, because the two presentations were talking about compliance, and particularly of the transport sector. There's a colleague at the back who asked about external causes of accidents, especially roadworks. And his question was clear. As Unoc, can you do something about such? If they are constructing roads and there is a lot of risk caused by those constructions, can Unoc do something about it? I want to attempt to answer that, but before, we all know that the oil industry relates significantly with the transport sector in 2 ways. Number one, as an enabler, because we transport most of our oil products now via road, but also in preparation for our upstream operations. Most of you might have heard about the critical oil roads. That was a testament of how the oil and gas industry can influence priority in terms of which roads we construct, or even what other transport infrastructure we put in place. In the first presentation, we saw the airport in Kabalega Industrial Park. Mostly influenced because we have oil operations in that region. So yes, Unoc and the other stakeholders, you saw the governing bodies of the industry, that is the Ministry of Energy, the regulator, and Unoc. They have a big influence on, first of all, priority in terms of what we do in the transport sector, but most importantly in answering the question, we take note of the recent government approach towards budgeting, what they call the program-based approach, in terms of budgeting and accountability. That even when government is planning roads to construct, which ones to repair, which regions to put new roads, this is not done in isolation. The key sectors of government, of the economy, are consulted. So you will find Unoc, the Ministry of Energy, the authority, and other stakeholders together planning on which roads to construct, which roads to repair, which other transport infrastructure to look at. So yes, Unoc is a big interested party in ensuring that roads are repaired efficiently and in time to avoid the incidents we are talking about here. So that speaks to whether, when you say as a contractor or as a company that is giving a service to Unoc, that you have fulfilled all the other requirements in terms of safety. You have competent drivers, you are doing vehicle inspections, you are doing defensive driving. But as you're doing that, you're on a road somewhere, and because of road construction works, there are barriers, and you're subject to have an accident, not because you are not compliant, but because of external causes. So as we do our part, we also take note that government, with the governing bodies of the sector, have the capacity and have the influence to do something about that. I wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. One last one, it's a recommendation to Jocelyn and the entire HSC department, I think at Unoc. I pray that maybe it's an oversight that I haven't seen, but I took note in your presentation that the activities that require permits. I saw something that permit to works are required on those particular activities. That included work at height, confined spaces, I think simultaneous operations. I would want to recommend, if that's not the case, that work permits should apply to every kind of work, no matter what, either work at height or as simple as cleaning work. You talked about administrative controls. In other places somewhere, I have been able to see that there could be a general permit to work, that for each kind of work you're doing, you must have a permit to work. That is administratively controlling such incidents, rather than focusing it on only those high-risk activities, because I could be cleaning and the accident becomes a fatal one if I hit my head down. So it would require permits for all kinds of activities, and maybe might not be as stringent as those in the high risk, but also necessary. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. My name is Richard Semanda, and I work for Ecotrends Limited. I think we are Uganda's oldest biodiversity consultancy firm. I've been part of the oil and gas industry from the time of the Neptunes up to today. And my interest is, of course, on the side of, health, safety, and environment. And a lot has been presented, very interesting stuff for today on that side. But one thing that I observe is it's all introverted. You know, we look at the industry from the inside, and I think because we're borrowing from people that are already operating in well-built systems. But here, we have to look at, the external side of things, and I'll give specific examples. We're looking at oil spill contingency. We have the plans internally, but also we've tried to develop those for the regions. What about the fires? What if you have an external fire? Because most of the fires, the wildfires in the landscape where we're operating, are actually either set by hunters, by the community who are doing their usual clearing and so on, but we're not looking at, that as a big external factor. I'll give an example of Atiak sugar that is now a white elephant, where because of such fires, all the sugarcane, everything was burnt. You have the infrastructure, hundreds of billions burnt down. We don't have to wait to get there. Let's start thinking in a landscape approach, for these communities where we work, and the risks, because the Albertine is one of those areas that is having the highest of risks. You have a lot of sugarcane, you have pine plantations, you have eucalyptus, or a high fire risk. And where those areas, the fire stations in the landscape, they are not there. So let's start thinking. And then just a brief one on the second is from the biodiversity perspective. I think yesterday's monitor, I was still carrying a story on a chimpanzee that carried an 8-month and killed an 8-month child. But just a few months ago, the same incident, and a few months, similar incident. So we're seeing increasing human-wildlife conflict in these areas. but we know that we are causing a lot of influx and a lot of pressure on the biodiversity on the forests which inhabit this biodiversity. Again, what are we doing, not as Unoc alone, but the bigger part of the industry that is actually leading to this influx, that is actually causing the pressures that are eventually leading to the suffering of these communities from such. I just gave an example, but others might come out because there's a lot of interaction, for example, with primates and potential zoonotic diseases, and all related aspects might actually come out. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sekaweya Kenneth. I'm from Limsu Global Investments Limited, an ICT company where I serve as the IT procurement officer. My question goes to do with national content. Yes, our company is pre-qualified with Unoc under the sector of IT, and I happen to go through one of the bidding documents for Unoc. There is an element to do with national content form, and in that form, there's where we are required to mention what percentage of what we are doing is being brought up by the Ugandan community, and you give also a margin of what you're supplying is going to be contributed by the Ugandan community. So my question is now, like, we be supplying IT equipment, like I saw the opportunities upcoming, they are high-end machines, which is one of our areas. So I'm wondering, when it comes to such like a form, where they're asking me what content of the Ugandan input is coming in, how to go about it, because these are machines that are not manufactured here. We bring them in from the distributors. So for such case, I don't know how to go about it when it comes to filling that part of national content form. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, there's a question at the front as well.
Good afternoon. I want to thank all the facilitators for such a beautiful workshop. My name is Kamara Andrew, and I'm from Organixa. We are an agricultural aggregation company. And my question is directed to you, Mr. Peter. For a company like ourselves aggregating agricultural produce, what specific pathways exist to become approved suppliers within your ecosystem?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reggie Solulo from Three Ways. My question is on ESG, the environmental part. So, given Unoc's development in oil and gas, how are you balancing with the low carbon pathway in Uganda, Uganda's national carbon footprint goals?
Okay. There are some 2 hands at the front, and then we can respond to this. Then if there are any other questions, then we'll also take them and then respond.
Can I go the other side first?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm called Sheena, and I work with BIP Logics Uganda. So we basically help companies out with ISO certification and compliance. So we have seen the presentations concerning what Unoc has done, the education initiatives, the entrepreneurship sector, what they've all done. But now my question is in the direction of SMEs, small and medium enterprises. We have realized that they actually, yes, even when they have all the capacity and the skilled staff, we have realized that they actually fail to secure big contracts or tenders with the government simply because they do not have ISO certificates. So my question is, how is Unoc planning to deal with that gap in the oil and gas sector?
Good afternoon all. My name is Godfrey Mujuni from Crest Tanks Limited. We are manufacturers and we manufacture water tanks, pipes and other things. Mine is not a question, it's an appeal to the members and also the companies that are operating in the oil and gas areas. We've been having some challenges as one of the suppliers that at the time of delivery, there's specific standards that are required to be followed sometimes, and in certain occasions they are not required. For example, you can be told that this supply, you will have to adhere to the safety standards as per Total Energies. Now, you are not given the full details of what are the safety standards that you are required to follow, and at the time of delivery, for example, in some scenarios, we get challenges like you are delivering tanks, for example, and then they tell you that, you know what, you needed a lead car when delivering, and yet it is not even costed while providing for quotation for that. And even when you are giving the quotation, they feel like your cost of the transportation, for example, is very high, and yet you are trying to put in place some things like, for example, offloading. They will ask you to do the offloading yourself with, you need some cranes and all that. So some of these things, I don't know how it can be standardized that suppliers who are delivering items in the areas are not facing challenges whereby they end up incurring more cost, which was not considered, because it is not like a specific standard. Sometimes it is okay how you are delivering the normal way. Sometimes it is not okay. So I don't know how that gap can be covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So maybe let me request that we take these questions, then we take another round of, that will be the last question, then after that we respond, then we'll take another round of questions. Please.
Okay, thank you so much. Liki Chopis is my name, QHSE Lead Inspector Africa. Mine is just, I'm seeking for clarity in regards to the regulator's presentation. He mentioned somewhere that when you're using high-risk equipment like lifting equipment, boilers, they must be inspected by Ministry of Labor, particularly the Occupational Health and Safety Department. But in my understanding, according to LOLA, which is the regulation that governs the lifting industry, it is the third-party inspection companies like Inspector Africa that do inspection of these equipments. And then Ministry of Labor is mandated to register all these equipment. Maybe I have understood it in a wrong way. I'm just seeking for clarity in that area. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. So let me request our team of experts to respond to some of the questions. There are some questions that will go to Jocelyn, then to Moses.
Jocelyn here again. I'll start with the first question, where by Mr. Semanda asked us how the fires that are external in nature are being managed. He's seen efforts in spill control and contingency plans being planned at regional level, but for fires, I would want to agree that there is a gap, and thank you for bringing this up. It is something that needs to be worked on and bridged. I have an example that I may not be able to explain in this forum as well, but his question is real, and it has happened before. that a fire came up, not just in the sugar factory that he's talking about in northern Uganda, but also elsewhere during our oil and gas operations. I remember there was a fire that nobody wanted to take responsibility for. Everybody kept saying it could have come from the community burning, doing the usual burning of the bush. Then others are saying, oh, those should be UA rangers burning bush in preparation for new grass to come up. But then a damage was caused to whoever was the recipient of this fire. So it is something that I welcome, and we shall take it seriously. Thank you for bringing that up. Then how Unoc is balancing with a low carbon footprint. I think someone asked on the environmental context. We are currently having a number of initiatives to be able to balance. By nature, our organization and key output of our operations is hydrocarbons. And having acknowledged that, we also promote the use of renewable energies, several initiatives like you heard from the presentations there on how we are planting trees, and so many other initiatives and programs that Unoc, through the strategy team and project management level, put in place. So this is something that is being addressed. We have a full-fledged unit and function that handles issues of sustainability and governance in Unoc, and this unit is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that the carbon footprint is taken into consideration during our operations. Then ISO certification for SMEs. Someone is concerned that contracts are being denied on the basis of simply not having an ISO certificate. I would like to highlight that whereas in the bidding documents, we have seen that there will be a question on if your organization is ISO certified or not. Let's all be clear that ISO certification is a voluntary process. However, embracing the systems is a mandatory requirement that is even included within the WASH Act. So we expect that you're either running a self-declared management system or a certified system. Now, during the evaluation of these contracts, I've been part of some of them. It is not true that if they find that you're not ISO certified, your bid is thrown away. No. A mark is given to that. If you are implementing a system that is aligned to a certain international standard and it is agreeable, you get a certain mark. But you get a plus, maybe of 1 or 2 more marks for having your system certified. But it's not true that the certificate makes someone to lose a contract. There are so many other things that are evaluated there that could lead to that. But a certificate is definitely a good to have, and we encourage all of us to at least have a self-declared system, because then we are able to achieve the systems that we've been talking about here. You're able to implement that, but you might not have the money as an organization to certify your system. But implementing it is equally as good. Then safety standards not mentioned at the bidding, but implemented at contract execution. It is unfortunate that sometimes some of you tend to send a different group, like maybe your local officers, to attend the opening meetings for when you've signed a contract where these standards are discussed. So I also encourage us that whereas maybe some of these standards might be missed or not mentioned directly, like for example having a lead car,
But during your bidding process, you'll mention what kind of safety systems you implement, including your journey management plans and implementation of that. And in most cases, you will tick a box to say, I will comply with all the total standards, health and safety standards, instead of getting into a meeting and asking Total, which health and safety standards are these we are looking for? Let's all be clear that at bidding times, either the desperation to get the job makes us misunderstand that and eventually make losses in the process, but we have an opportunity during the opening meetings to ask all relevant questions that we need that could lead us to that. Even if it's not mentioned there, let's be proactive, ask, and let the organization let you know where your cost, so that you cost accordingly. And then sometimes people have a tendency of wanting to come out as the lowest bidder, and you compromise the standards. You will definitely make losses if you make such errors. I think that is what I have from my side. I'll let other people respond to this as well.
Thank you, Jocelyn. I think Moses from PAU has the question around inspection by the ministry. Just a clarification.
I think the question was about inspection of statutory equipment by whether it's a government function. Sorry, can you repeat the question? Can she repeat the question?
I think the person wanted clarity on whether the inspection is done by the ministry or is done by private enterprises that are authorized by the ministry. Just a clarification on whose mandate I think it is. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, is that correct? Was that the question? Okay. This issue has been an issue of contention for some time. Under the Ministry of Gender, is the representative from Ministry of Gender here? I think she can come and first give you her opinion on this. Then I'll give you mine. Please come. We don't want to backbite you. You're here. You can come and inform all of us where the ministry stands on this issue.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to take the spotlight from Unoc, but I think let's share the stage. When it comes to statutory equipment, including lifting equipment, it is the role of government. It is the role of Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. At the moment, we're actually working on a regulation that is going to touch the practitioners of safety and health, which will include certain organizations and private practitioners, like you have been bringing up some, but as of now, the law states it is a government role. So kindly, anyone that comes to tell you otherwise is simply looking for work, which is understandable. But when it comes to the act, it is very clear, legally, it is very clear. The OSH Act of 2006 was amended, as earlier Madam said, though in the presentation I saw 2006, perhaps you need to familiarize yourself with some of these legal documents because they help answer some of these questions. So for safety and health, you can look at the Safety and Health Act of 2025 as amended. It will help guide. But to be very clear, it is the role of government, that is Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, in particular, the Department of Occupational Safety and Health. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much for clarifying on that, on the legal aspect. So I remember I mentioned statutory. inspection. When I mention statutory, I'm dealing with the legal requirements. But we welcome third-party inspections. Basically, you can, as a good practice in the industry, all other practitioners can be third-party, conduct third-party inspections, which is very welcome in the oil and gas sector. An extra eye to look at the equipment, and maybe you see something, raise it to your contractor or whoever has hired you to conduct it. It's okay. As she mentioned, the OSH Act has got an amendment, has been amended recently, and there's a provision for the private practitioners. However, it is not yet operationalized. We are waiting for regulation in that regard on who will be recruited or hired, or I don't know, to conduct that function on behalf of government. I hope I'm very clear on that. I don't want to be misquoted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I'll take a shot at the remaining questions. There was a question of what is Unoc doing in regards to addressing the increasing human-wildlife conflict. So as a sector, there are a number of initiatives around. I think we've seen we are doing a lot of initiatives to rear forest, to plant additional trees, to see that we improve the environment and leave it better than we found it. Within our projects, we have restoration initiatives that ensure that after we've done our project, we restore the environment to the way it was or even better than we found it. And these are geared at ensuring that we maintain the biodiversity as well as minimize our impact, the impact of our projects on the environment. Then Kenneth asked about when you're delivering an IT service, what are the national content elements therein? Now, national content includes a number of elements that can be captured even when you deliver a service. So in the regard of, for example, supply of equipment, there is a difference between how we will score if you're going to locally source the equipment from within Uganda. Because one of the things that are ring-fenced is locally available goods and services within the market. So if you're going to source the high-end laptops from a provider when they are already available in Uganda, that is different from if you're going to have to import them. So the scores will be a bit different. Then as you provide the software or the laptops, are you going to do any additional training? Are you going to train any staff in regards to ensuring that they can offer these services? That is also part of national content. So the key elements that you will be populating within those forms will look at employment, if you're going to create employment opportunities for some Ugandans, if you're going to build capacity of your staff as well as any other Ugandans as you deliver that scope for us, if you're going to develop your suppliers in any way. So part of, if you're a level tier 1 contractor, and depending on the size of your contract, you may also have to do a bit of supplier development efforts. And then there might also be elements around knowledge transfer to either Unoc staff or to other Ugandans. So if you're going to provide internship opportunities as you execute that scope, that is what we are expecting to see as you populate the national content form as you bid. Then there was a question around if I'm an aggregator, what are the pathways for us to be able to supply? Now, for an aggregator, there are a few opportunities. So if we, as Moses presented, that there are certain times when we have people in camps doing work. And as we have people in camps, we have to ensure that they procure, of course, a camp management provider who will provide meals. And usually we encourage the camp providers to source locally all the food that we are going to have within the camp. So an opportunity for an aggregator would be to supply the camp management companies or the companies that are doing catering services for us as a company. However, we also, as you saw, we have initiatives around building capacity of farmers and getting to link them to market, both locally and internationally. That is also another opportunity where we can be able to collaborate for you to off-take off some of the suppliers and the different farmers whose capacity we've developed as a means for them to access market. So those are some of the areas where we can possibly be able to work together. Then there was a question around how Unoc helps with certification for enterprises. Of course, certification, as has been highlighted, is an important thing, but more importantly, the practices therein. So as a company, we support the capacity building of SMEs to help them to start to implement and live best practices as they go about their business. And to do this, we usually do through collaborations. We work with the Industry Enhancement Center, which has been set up particularly to support Ugandan enterprises. We work with the Stanbic Business Incubator, among others, to see that we support local enterprises to appreciate what are the best practices, put those in practice, and then where the resources allow, we even go and support the entire certification process. And then I think the other elements were mentioned, maybe just to add on where the standards are not very clear. I think as we bid for business, and this is something that cuts across, a lot of us, before we sign on the dotted line for the contract, we are very excited. So we don't ask a lot of the questions. We want to be the best possible person to do business with. Now, one of the things I'd like to encourage you is, as you get to take on an opportunity, ask the questions, especially the ones that are likely to impact your bottom line. Things to do with what are the standard requirements, because if you have signed up that I'm going to adhere to all the requirements, when that list comes, you have to adhere to them within the cost which you have budgeted. So even as you budget, ask questions, make sure that your budgeting has put into consideration all these different elements, because it's better to do profitable business than to take on an opportunity that is going to actually hurt your business. So maybe in line with this, I see now I'm standing between us and lunch. Do we have any core key question that we can't leave, or we can be able, or this would be a good time to call it a day? Do we have any one or two questions that we have to, that we've not responded to, or that you'd like us to respond to? Okay, I see one that was earlier on psychosocial. I'll request Jocelyn to make a comment on Unoc's psychosocial strategy. It was an earlier question that we didn't respond to. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. On the psychosocial, I would want to say that it is Unoc's culture. It is not only being brought up because of the Safety Day event, but it is embedded in Unoc's way of operations, that mental health is taken care of. And to this effect, I remember the presentation by Mr. Woyondo, PAU. He indicated that we encourage all of us to at least get attached to a medical practitioner during our operations, or someone that is competent enough, a nurse or someone with the knowledge to handle this kind of thing. So in Unoc, we have a doctor that handles all risks associated with this on a day-to-day. But for the purposes of the event that we are preparing for this year, under the theme psychosocial and health and safety. We've organized and we have a number of events that will be happening, including counseling and guidance for our workers and any other persons that will be nominating in the list of people to work with in terms of stakeholder hierarchies. And then we have also some initiatives in terms of CSR that will be happening, especially in the ginger areas. So in terms of our operations and the partner operations, Total, Unoc, and then Unoc during the Kasurubani operations, we embrace issues of fatigue management, whereby we do rotational work. Some people consider it to be a very luxurious break, whereby someone has equal time in, equal time out. But I did mention that our operations are high risk, and in oil and gas, we do not have room for mistakes, because one mistake could lead to several people losing their lives. So we encourage very sober minds, and we want all of us to operate when we are healthy. So if to this note, people are given rotational breaks that are considered good enough for them to be able to rest. Then we do shifts during our working operations. We encourage people to actually do shifts. We manage stress at employee level by having people giving people access to counseling and guidance. Then our EXCO has embedded or cultivated a culture of safety by psychological safety by embracing and encouraging people to speak up and highlight any areas that they feel the work or the environment in which we operate could actually cause stress to the workers. So we speak up, and this culture is encouraged and nurtured by unanimity. If you have anything that you need to raise, we have an online platform whereby someone can go and raise out any issues. In Unoc, bullying is punished by dismissal. We do not tolerate bullying fellow workers, and this is communicated to each and every employee at the time they are joining in. So we encourage that you actually adopt some of these strategies yourself. Then someone in the same way did mention something to do with digitalizing, because they do provide these kind of services. Yes, Unoc has embraced a number of innovations that lead to digitalizations of the way we work. And in this case, for example, Unoc does not encourage night driving. And for obvious reasons, we know that people's concentrations go down after certain hours of working. And therefore, we encourage everybody to take rest during night times. And also the exposure that you have during night work is higher than during the daytime, when someone's brain is good enough to work. So there are so many tremendous things that happen in terms of policy within the organization, in terms of promoting the culture, in terms of allowing people to speak up, and all that are intended to guide and support the issues of people's mental health.
Thank you so much. So that's a bit more about our psychosocial strategy, and this is something that we really take seriously. So as we get towards the end of our fruitful engagement, I'd like to first of all thank you all for being here. And I'd like, during the lunch break, I want to have an opportunity to introduce the team that has helped to put this together. There's an amazing team in Unoc, which has been working tirelessly, sending you emails, ensuring that we get all your details, ensuring that we get all your expectations and we address them. So allow me to introduce the Unoc team, and we give them a hand, which has been behind the tireless efforts here. I request to bother them so that they come to the front, so that you see the faces behind some of these amazing results we've been preaching about and taking the limelight for them, yet the team working hard is behind here. So let me invite the Unoc team to kindly come to the front so that people can know the team behind these numbers. Moses, Jocelyn, Laura, there's a team that I think may not be able to leave the registration desk, but I'd like all of us to come down for a moment, so that even during lunch you know which people to ask in case you have any additional questions that we've not answered, please. Okay, some more team members are making their way here. Behind the good results that you see us talk about, behind the project, there are a number of staff who are doing an amazing job. And I'd like to request you to join me in giving this team a hand clap. So this is a cross-functional team that comes together whenever we have an event to make sure that you have a seamless experience, and we bring this excellence to everything that we do. Let's give the team another hand clap. Thank you so much. So at this juncture, I'm going to invite our Chief Operating Officer, while we are here, to come and give the closing remarks. And then we usher in the next part of the program, which is us having a meal and networking, and then being able to live at leisure.
Thank you, Peter, our head of national content. I'm delivering these closing remarks on behalf of the General Manager Upstream, because this is a supply development workshop for the Kasuran contract area. We thank you. We know some of you have traveled from far to come here and participate and listen to the information we have to share and learn from each other. We thank you for your continued interest in the sector, in the activities of the National Oil Company. I thank our team, our very capable MC, Head of National Content, Peter Bintu. Please give him a hand clap. We are 100% Ugandan as the National Oil Company. I hope you take encouragement and hope from that. Every single one of these employees, Brian, Jessica, Jocelyn, Laura, Moses, Joseph, Angela, Angel, they have an actual individual passion for national content. These are the people at the helm of the National Oil Company. You might not always see them, but I think you will take encouragement that our own staff are being built up. They have an individual passion for national content. They're concerned for you. Of course, the projects cannot meet the entirety of the country's demand, but we will do our best. It's been an engaging discussion. We continue to see the high levels of interest. I'm encouraged in the different conversations I've had to see wholly Ugandan-owned companies, some of them wholly owned by women. It's really, really fantastic, and I believe as a sector, we are setting the pace for the country. So in closure, allow me to thank you for your participation, for your presence, for your questions, for your interest in the sector. Together, we can achieve an incredible transformation for this country. I thank you. Please enjoy lunch.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are giving you lunch coupons. And Joseph there, the guy with glasses, put up your hand, is going to be at the exit, where each one of you is going to get a lunch coupon. And we have 2 serving centers up here, where we had the breakfast, but also at the main restaurant. So feel free to go and eat from any of those places. And please don't leave without eating. Thank you. We will send you the presentations and look forward to see you next time. Thank you very much.